All right. I think we are live. Welcome, everyone. This is the very first ever Comicsgate Corner stream edition. So in case you're not aware, I've been doing these for a little bit over a month now. This is episode 6. I've been doing them weekly. So count back to see how long I've been doing this. And what I do is I just talk about what's new, what's happening, what's going on in Comicsgate on Indiegogo. Take a look at campaigns that have just launched. Take a look at campaigns that have just put up their sign-up pages, and just talk about what's happening. Take a look at these campaigns and go through them a bit. See what they're all about, and that's it. But I've just launched my own campaign, so I'm in a bit of a live stream mood at the moment. So I thought, why not just come on board and maybe have a chat with you guys. Get a couple of people in here. Dizzyland Joe, awesome. Good to know you're doing this weekly. Yeah, man. It's CG is all about giving back, isn't it? These guys help promote us. We help promote them. We just get this message out to the fans who want the good comics. And these are some damn fine comics, especially this week, man. What a week! Last week I was just saying, it feels like it's a little bit slow in terms of what's new coming out in Comicsgate. We had the big events. We had Jawbreakers. We had Cyberfrog, sorry, and that was just kind of overshadowing everything. But it's really picking up speed this month. And hail Comicsgate! Thanks for showing up, guys. All right, well, I'm just going to jump right in. I think, why not? Let's get this party started. First off the rank, what do we got here? Jawbreakers Grand Bazaar, from the original and the best. So this is everyone. Anyone who's watching this, who knows Comicsgate, knows about Richard C. Meyer, your boy Zach, diversity in comics matter, all that good stuff. He has just launched his 3rd installment of the Jawbreakers series. It's called Grand Bazaar, and we've been anticipating, we've been waiting with bated breath. We've been looking forward to this one, and it came right out of the gate as expected. He's already on 51,920, over 1,000 backers. Remember when people were saying CG will never get over 1,000 backers again? Well, yeah, pretty much first day, isn't it? First or second day. Check this out. This cover, I believe, is by Carl Ritter, and what a legend. Zach he gets to be able to pick whoever he wants to work with at this point, and he picks guys like Carl Ritter, and why wouldn't you? Afghanistan 2008. Being a superhero never really paid Silkworm's bills, but being a private military contractor during the height of the global war on terror is highly lucrative. Maybe. Anthony Prime, thanks for showing up. Comicsgate, hell yeah. Yeah, man. Of course. That's what it's all about. Back to Jawbreakers. Check out this art. This is Aaron Alfecci. This guy is a beast, a bona fide beast. A real artistic genius. Like, his line work, his compositions, they're all just phenomenal. And what's even more phenomenal is, these are his first comics. He hasn't been doing this for 30 years, even though he looks like someone who has. He looks like someone like Ethan Van Sciver, who's, got dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of books behind him. But these are his first few books. He started with Replicate. I don't know if you guys know. Moved on to Jawbreakers, and this is his second crack at the whip at Jawbreakers. Look at this. We were looking at this panel the other day on Liam's stream, man. This is so good. Crazy. So if you listen to Zach's video, every 66 years, 66 months, and 66 days, the Grand Bazaar will appear somewhere, and it's this mystical bazaar where you can buy and sell things. Nothing has a cost, but everything has a price. So that's going to be interesting to know what he means by that. Like, what are you going to have to pay to get what you want? Yeah, it looks very cool. More amazing art, cool colors too. I love this. It looks very, yeah. They've gone a bit of a different route to what he had with the last two. So yeah, keeping it fresh. It's just obviously looks a bit more mystical, a bit more magical. Forged in blood. Check out this Aaron Alfici art. Wow. You know, someone, as an artist myself, someone who lays out pages, yeah, you know, his art is just so inspiring. His use of blacks, his use of contrasts. It's clean, but there's energy. There's a lot of energy. You know, you could really delve into these inks. This page here, he posted this on Twitter a while back and was hoping for some criticism. I don't know if he got any, because it is so amazing. These streaks of white, and it's following the fight, and yeah, just wow, so much going on. And just, I mean, this is what only comic books can do. There's no other medium that can give you a scene like this. Like, you can't movie, obviously it'll be pointless to just describe it with text. Just fantastic. He's got this cloth mask here, for people who are going out wearing masks these days. People mention, like, people wear these on motorbikes and stuff like that as well. And the dog tags, devil dog tags. And he's got a little report here on how much he's done. So they're well into the book. I know Zach is big on trying to, you know, get these books out as soon as possible and at a good price. It's got the team here. So written by Richard C. Meyer, drawn by Aaron Alfici, colored by Color Channel, pinup by Sashi Perdiago, Carl Ritter, and a variant by Richard. And I know his variant off in the Expendables one. He's got that. Yeah, he just nails that. You know, it's I wouldn't call it a naive style, because he's got talent. The man's got talent. He might not be up at the levels of guys like Aaron here, but you know, there's passion in there, and it really shines through in his art. And yeah, so his cover went really well in Expendables. I'm sure it's going to go really well on this one too. And look at that. It's great gesture work and great coloring too. That red spot there, you know, the moon in the background, and just phenomenal. So yeah, that's Jawbreakers. And you know, these guys don't need me to promote their book. Their book promotes themselves. But I'm only too happy to do it. I'm a fan of the Jawbreakers. I was a little bit critical of God King. I thought it was a little bit confusing in its pacing and everything. But I love the characters. I love this sort of, like, I always consider them as the A team. They're the A team with superpowers. And yeah, just yeah, really cool stuff. All right, next, Fragaboom, BlackFlag, Pineapple Perception. So yeah, everyone knows about this one too, and this one just dropped the day after my last episode of Comicsgate Corner. So it's had a week to percolate and grow, and what a week it's been! $91,559. People weren't kidding when they were saying they were excited that Dan was coming on board with Comicsgate, and well, they've really come out and shown it. You know, they've proven it. Dan is not only a you know, he's like a fantastic guy. He's on the streams all the time. I think he's actually streaming right now. So if you ever see this, Dan, yeah, really, I'm a big fan of your work. I'm a big fan of you as a man. You know, I think you've got a lot of really cool things to say. You know, you're the industry veteran, and not only of comic books too. You know, you've been in a lot of kind of different entertainment. So really, you know, great addition to the to what's going on here. And as well, BlackFlag. I mean, yeah, if you are that '90s junkie, you want that you know, Image Comics energy from the early '90s, that independent energy. and that scenes, the big guns and crazy characters, and everyone's always jumping around. No one stands still in these comic books. There's no sitting around in a cafe having a latte in these things. And if there is, they're about to get their coffee cup blown out of their hands in short order. So Dan's got a lot of text on here. I'm not going to read it all, but let me just have a quick browse through it. So he's going on about himself a little bit here, his background. If in case you guys don't know who Dan Frager is, yeah, he's worked on a lot of things. He's got here the Ricky Gervais show. That's one of my favorite ever shows. And in case you guys don't know, I make Ricky Gervais show style cartoons as well. We talk about things that we talk about in Comicsgate. Anyway, so he created BlackFlag in '94. Here we go. Absurdly large gun-toting soldiers, sexy anime-influenced ladies, magical multi-dimensional wizards, mega contorting aliens, superpowered kids, and a giant purple gorilla. Who could ask for more? Well, yeah, there's not much more you could fit in there, is there? You look at the well, let's go scroll down here. Look at the cover. Dan's style is he fits everything in. He just like crams everything onto the page. And I feel sorry for his colorist trying to figure all that stuff out. It's just it creates this really unique Dan Frager look. He's got, I don't know if you've ever seen this guy draw. He just draws. He draws like a savant, just off the top of his head, and these things just pop to life. And yeah, because he does it that way, they're so fluid and there's so much motion. Check out this guy at the front here. I don't know any of these characters' names. Obviously, I remember the purple gorilla. He's very iconic. But let's check this guy at the front. It's just that gesture. Even the hand is doing a gesture that seems contorted and just like super exaggerated. Look at this page. I don't know, if you're a guy like me, you're into big details. I love, you read a comic, and if you love it, you'll go back and you'll just go through all the details. And that's the kind of thing that we can do. There he is. Pat Lee art. This guy's called Rascal by the looks of it. And look, check out, Dan's got a whole bunch of merch here. He's got hats, shot glasses, t-shirt. If you've ever seen him on stream, that just is exactly, it just fits perfectly in with his personality. He's got a little character bias here. So here, if you're interested in finding out who all these dudes are that you're seeing, there's a little description there of what they are. It's just got, like I said, that early 90s vibe. Everyone's got a skill. Like here we got the monster genius, the ancient, the tycoon, the soldier. It's that classic team. It's kind of like Ninja Turtles. It's just got that vibe to it. That team vibe is really cool. We've got some villains in there. Look, and you can download. Here you go. You can download some original BlackFlag PDFs, so you get a feel of the comic book before you buy. That's so cool. He's so lucky that he has the ability to be able to do that. A whole bunch of stuff here. Sold some original art, and get 2 books. He's got an ash can on offer as well. There we go. That's his featured perk with the ash can. There we go. Check that out. He's going to reach 100,000. What's that? What's that? 6 figures. I can't remember it now. Lady something. Yeah, he's going to reach that quick smart. Because he's out there as well. He's pushing this campaign really hard. He's getting out there. He's streaming every day. He's showing up on Ethan's channel. He's talking with a whole bunch of different guys. He's bringing people into this. So good on him. Hello, Comics with Callaway. How you going, buddy? Thanks for shopping by. All right, let's check out the next one. What do we got here? GraveyardShift, Volume 3, graphic novel. All right, awesome. Creators John Mallon and Mark Poulton introduced new characters to shape the series for years to come. Sign up for an exclusive GraveyardShift foil trading card. And as the meme says, join the mailing list. So get in there. I haven't actually read the first 2 Graveyard Shifts. I missed out on the first campaign, and I'm I've got it on. I got the the first two on the second campaign, but they haven't arrived yet. So nonetheless, I've signed up for this. It's always everyone always go sign up. Whenever you see these things, just go sign up because you never know, and you never know what kind of discounts and perks you get. I know with my campaign, I sold plenty of secret perks through the mailing list. And because you just never know where you're going to be in a few months and these things launch. It's free to sign up, so go and do it. Why not? What do we got here? So what if the universal monsters were the X-Men? I just love that tagline. I love the what if taglines. When you've got a story that's, it's really like straightforward out in the open, you can just do that. You can just say, well, this is what it is. Bang. This is what you're going to get. Just cut straight to the chase. Murdered scientists forced into their own experiments become the graveyard shift. Join us for Volume 3 as we shift into a new gear of high-octane, undead action featuring the return of vampire Vladimir Blood, Lilith, the bride, Mayhew, Mick, the monster Mayhew, Sarah, the monster girl Harker, and more. All right, so entice people to share this page. It shows social sharing title. Well, I'm sharing it right now, guys. So definitely jump on to this. There's not much I can talk about on these launch pages, but we all know John Mailer. We all know what he does. He's out there all the time. And check out Graveyard Shift Volume 3. I'm not sure when it's launching, but I know he was delayed with the printing of his last campaign, so it might be a little while. All right, some more people have shown up. What's up, chat? Winstrom. Winstrom Apfelstrül. Wie geht's, Winstrom? I don't know if you're German, but anyway, here we go. All right, so this guy got in touch with me. He's got a new campaign here. He is CG. He's just not. I just don't think many people don't know about him. He's only got $344 raised so far, but he's got 22 backers, and he needs to get to his 5K goal. So it's a bit way off now. So I'm only more than happy to talk about it. Let me just scroll down first of all to the art. So he got in touch with me and he says, like, dude, I love your show. I love what you're doing here with this Comicsgate corner. Do you reckon I could get a spot in there? So I clicked on it and I saw the art and I'm like, hell yeah, dude, this is the kind of shit we need to see. And this looks like a bit of a different story too. Check out this lighting. Great stuff. Cool art. UltCrusaders. So I don't know. It looks like it could be a bit of a family-friendly kid story. I don't know. I haven't checked it out much more than the art, but the pages look tight. Looks like a kind of a sci-fi action adventure. Maybe even got a bit of comedy in there. I'm just judging off the style. But check out, this is really cool stuff. Some characters here. There's room in CG for lots of different kinds of projects. All right, so let's go up and check out what this story is about. We've got a sci-fi action-adventure comic book series based on the early 2000s television shows and comic books. Okay, well, I'm not familiar with those, so I don't know what to go off from that. Revolves around a young, socially awkward boy genius named Orion Williams and his best friend Claire Rosemary, who work together to build a massive mechanical suit in the hopes of discovering the whereabouts of Orion's father, who's been lost in space for 3 years. All right, so there you go. A little bit of an intro. If you like the look of this, come check it out. It's a thing with that all creators are kind of learning that it isn't so much about how awesome your product is. Like, this looks really cool. Obviously, it looks like these guys have done this very professionally. You got to spend like at minimum 6 months getting yourself out there before you launch. Just tweeting up a storm, just basically, banging the drum about what you're doing in front of as many people as you can beforehand. People say, yeah, you really need a YouTube channel. I don't know if that's true, but man, does it help. YouTube is an amazing place for promoting Comicsgate comics. The audience is very, willing to take a look at what you're doing. They're also very generous with their money. if they see a project that they like, they will get on there and back it. So, you know, this low number, you've only got 6% of your goal raise at the moment. Don't get disheartened, guys. It's not a slight on your on what you're doing. It's more than anything just, you know, people don't know about it, and people don't know who you are as well. You got to get your face out there. Like, you know, I put my name, I see you put your name out there, I put my name out there, I put my face out there, so people can come and get to know me, hear what I've got to say about who I am and what I'm doing. And if you guys do something like that, you know, even if this campaign doesn't go through, I don't know what your goals for marketing are in the, you know, over the next 50 days. You know, if this campaign doesn't happen, don't take it too badly. Like, you know, you can always, at the very least, you can always say, look, we've gone out there, we tried, we failed, but we're not giving up. When people see that people aren't going to give up, then yeah, they're even more inclined to come and check out what they're doing. So good luck with your project, guys. Hope you get funded, and yeah, keep doing what you're doing. All right, next one, Kozor #1. This is a new project by a couple of guys that I'm familiar with. So we've got Clayton Barton, and I believe it's his brother. I probably should have looked at it. It's the Barton brothers. Let me just click on a link here so that I can kind of give you guys a bit of context. Barton Brothers Studios, throttling with your visual senses with cutting-edge comics that enthrall and immerse. So Clayton Barton runs a channel called How to Draw Comics. And it's a really good channel, and he's got so much amazing content up there. I've been on his show before. He's also a really cool guy, very chilled. Yeah, he's got a cool show. I'm just trying to find the name of sorry I didn't look at this earlier, guys. Corey Barton. There they are. Hey guys, how you going? Hang on. Yep. Arch Geek. Hey, how you going, buddy? Thanks for stopping by. All right. So there you go. Yeah, so these guys have, you know, they run a successful you know, channel, and Corey has been working on this book called Kozor. This is my understanding, at least. Let's take a look at what it is. He walks with blood. He walks with blood-red demons by his side, wielding malevolent power that will change our world. All right. Sign up now. Back on day 1 for exclusive VIP rewards. Kozor. Who is Kozor? He's a mighty warrior, chief baron. Clan of swordsmen embark on a quest into the sacred swamp lands of Nimla in search of the mysterious faceless people. But when they're attacked by a flock of flying beasts, that journey proves more fatal than they could ever have imagined. So we've got 43 pages of intense sequential storytelling. Edited, retouched, remastered. So maybe this is a project he's done before or worked on for a while, and now he's stepping up his game because he's seeing what's out there at the moment, and it is just crazy, the quality of work that's getting pumped out at the moment. And here we go with these awesome colors, and this is a really unique line art style. It's got this sort of you know, like an old school vibe to me. I really dig it. It's, you know, it takes you back to that sword and sorcery kind of stuff. Smilingbandito is in the chat. Hail, Smilingbandito. Thanks for coming, brother. Thanks for checking us out. We're talking about Kozor at the moment. I don't know if you know about it. It's by the Clayton brothers. Well, I don't know how much at the Clayton brothers. The Barton brothers. I don't know how much Clayton is involved in it, but maybe I'll be able to chat. I think I'm going on a stream with him tomorrow. Maybe have a little chat with him about this project. Looks really cool. As I always say, sign up. It doesn't cost you anything. Day 1. Here you go. Back on day 1, exclusive VIP rewards. Good job. Always put some rewards in, dudes. Yeah, it does look amazing. I should look, here you go. ArchGeek says drop a link to this project in the chat. I should have done that. I put the links in the description. I hope they're still there, but yeah, you're right. Put them in the chat. One day I'll figure out how to get wrenches, and I will. It'll all run a lot smoother. So there's Kozor, and this is the one I did. before. Ultimate Crusaders. Alrighty. Yeah, so how cool does this look? I see Corey around a bit on Twitter, Clayton obviously on YouTube and stuff. These guys are always around, and check out their website too. And check out their YouTube channel. It's really good stuff. Where are we going? How am I going to get back to the front? Here we go. Barton Brothers. Yeah, these guys are doing good stuff. Lastly, a little old book. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's called TheLucent Waking Dream. It's by some weird Aussie guy who streams awkwardly sometimes, but doesn't mind having a laugh. It's a good problem to have, Comics with Callaway. Comics with Callaway says, there's so many good Comicsgate books popping up lately that I can't keep up with them. Dude, I feel exactly the same way. Especially if you're trying to, want to talk about them. I've got a list in the back of my head of the books I need to back, and it is so long. it's I'm worried I'm going to miss some, that Kozor book definitely gives me Savage Sword of Conan vibe. Exactly. I'd really like to get those guys on at some point and have a chat with them and see what this project is all about, because definitely it's got that unique look, doesn't it? Nothing else out there looks exactly quite like it, and I love that about what CG is doing right now. Every project looks a little bit different. It's got each one's got their own style. It's a different kind of story, but yeah. Going back to CG Corner, I get to indulge in a bit of myself here. So obviously, this is my book. I launched a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, it looks like by the number there, and the response just blew me away. I had no idea this was going to happen. I've been saying, I was hoping after the full campaign and in-demand period, as long as I can get over 100 backers, I won't be a laughing stock. And I got that in the first day. So it's just, yeah, I'm still on a high. I'm still coming to terms with it. I freaked out a bit yesterday and started drawing some sketch cards because I've got over 100 of them to draw, and I'm like, I don't want to be doing last minute. But yeah, it's always a great problem to have. Check it out. I'm about to get so close to 300% fund. That is just a trip. We're less than $200 away from $6,000. $6,000. These numbers just don't even seem real to me. Shadow Sentry looks freaking cool. Yeah, I've covered that in a previous Comicsgate corner. It looks amazing. What else we got here? yeah, man. Hopefully, it's what I'm going for. That's what I set myself up against, and as long as I can just manage that, then I won't have to grow myself a man bun and put on 10 kilos and just sit in the corner and cry while I eat donuts. Thanks, man. Thanks, Archgeek. Yeah, this is a crazy whirlwind, guys. I've been working on this book for so long, but maybe a bit like those guys before, you work and you work and you work and you don't really promote yourself. You don't really get yourself out there as much as you need to. I don't know what the exact number is, but at the moment I'm on like 95% promotion rather than working. I'm going to have to try and yank that down and so I can get back to work as soon as possible. But this is the first week of the campaign, so you'll forgive me if I'm just spending my time just getting out onto as many streams as I can. Chatting about this book. I was on with Doc Hogg, who's doing a book called Tilt, which looks really cool. It's like a poker, a poker-inspired book with a woman who can throw cards, and the characters from the cards pop out and they fight mob bosses. It sounds zany. The dude's pretty zany. He's an awesome dude. He's really easy to chat with. He had me on a few hours ago, and it was a good little show. Yeah, man. Thank you, Maiden Hell. It's a crazy ride. It's want to see how high this bird can fly, though. We've still got 27 days left on this on the kind of like the first kind of 30 days of this campaign. I don't know if anyone doesn't know about it. I suppose I should chat about it because it's Comicsgate Corner. So in the vein of how I do with normal other Comicsgate corner, I'm going to try and not give myself too much, special treatment. So what do we got here? The Waking Dream, the first book in the LucEnt series, is 76-page full-color trade paperback made up of 56 pages of story plus 14 pages of bonus material. The LucEnt is an ongoing fantasy series set in a world not too dissimilar from our own, but where nothing is as it seems. It's a place where ancient shadow societies hiding in plain sight train a select few to tap into mysterious abilities, to fight secret wars for control of the future. There you go. There's my cover there. I love chatting about this. I've been chatting about this cover to people and kind of explaining the amount of work that went into conceptualizing and making it and everything, and how it just needs to have that UV spot on it to really sell the concept and everything. I like reading this bit now because it kind of gives people a feel of the story, what the LucEnt is about. The LucEnt weaves mystery. I should add in there suspense. Mystery, suspense, superpowered action, and romance together in a world where our myths and legends come to life in ways never seen before. If you enjoy stories that reimagine history like The Matrix, The Highlander, or The Da Vinci Code, and games like Assassin's Creed, you should consider backing the LucEnt. And yeah, here's a bit of my art. I'm not going to critique my own art because I made it. It's the best I can do. I hope you guys like it. I made it to just tell that story through art and color and all that kind of stuff. I caught a show the other day where a bunch of guys were critiquing the art and talking about digital and traditional and stuff, and they brought up some amazing points. I'd really love to get on their show at some point and chat with them. I'm blanking on the name of the guy, but he actually popped on this live stream for a while to talk about his book, just for a brief moment the other day. And yeah, they would bring up some really good points about how with digital, especially if you're using perspective rules and things like lock into the. I'll show you a panel that happens on. So when you do a panel like this, your lines get locked in to a perspective grid in Clip Studio Paint, and there is that danger. It's a real danger that it becomes stiff and lifeless and not as energetic as if you were drawing it freehand and you weren't being as perfect. And these are real concerns that I have as an artist. And yeah, it was cool to hear someone talk about your own art, and they were really liking it. But they were, it was good. They were critiquing it. Luckily, I have a thick skin. Anything you guys said, guys, believe me, I take anything you say on board. Everything I take as constructive criticism. I'm gonna, work into the future. What do we got here? Every time you drop one of your killer videos on Twitter, reply with the link to the project. I will do that. Yeah, I usually do it. I didn't do it the last one. I did a little 15-second. Orc animation just recently. I'll play that later. That's gotten me a lot of eyeballs on my project because a couple of those videos have gone pretty viral. What else we got here? Miss on a comics book project. It's like, yeah. I hear what you're saying, man. Yeah, I don't really care what's going on in the mainstream anymore. There's just so much energy. It's like we're like burning like a hot phoenix over here, and we're not constrained. I've always said I don't know if you've listened to any of my commentary videos, but I always said there's this masculine energy going on in CG. And what I mean by that, I don't mean it's anti-woman or anything. What I mean is it's just, this is what happens when men get together and they let their creative energy explode and they compete against each other. Like, how much does Comicsgate love ribbing on each other, like defeating the evil, beating your friend. We love that stuff. We love how Indiegogo has gamified comic books. We love competing. It's a bit like a video game, watching the numbers go up. You're getting points. And you want to see your name on the scoreboard, and if you're a fan of a project, you want to help that project get one more step up on the scoreboard. This is what I'm talking about, this masculine competitive energy where we don't give a shit what anyone thinks about that. We have like big titted women and big asses and beautiful ladies and big muscly men, and this just like we're just we're just men being men, just doing amazing things. And like I said, I'm not saying there's no women doing it. Like, the women come in here, they know exactly what they're getting into, and they're fully on board with everything. They love comics because of how they used to be, and they don't love comics because all of a sudden people started trying to pander to some group of new gender fluid kids who don't like the old stuff, who were scared to read the old New Warriors because it was too masculine. We're just not about any of that. Poland's here. Hey, brother, how you going? I'm about to finish up this sort of Comicsgate corner part of the what's it called, of the show. So I might actually invite some people in here to just hang out and chat, because I'd much rather that than just sitting here, windbagging. Just going to pop that in the chat there. So if anyone wants to come in, Poland, you're always welcome. I love chatting with you, man. Yeah. Thanks, Archgeek. Yeah, the reason I've gone with this look, it's not hyper real, but it's pretty realistic. It's because I want when the action kicks off. It might be a little bit slow to get going, but when it finally kicks off, it's going to feel real. It's not going to feel like your everyday kind of superhero comic book. It's going to feel real. There's going to be real consequences to the shit that goes down, because it'll feel like you're in the real world. That's a big reason why I've gone with this style, with this realistic, I call it a European inspired style. Yeah, no one wants to read a twin cable book. Man, I saw that. I saw this cable looking like with it. Oh my, I couldn't believe it. Maybe I'll have to take a look at that later. Poland, how you going?
Hail, Michael.
Hey, brother, how you been?
I'm doing okay.
My family was very impressed with you. I've got my wife and my daughter been watching these streams, and they were like, that guy is very smart. He has very good points, and he speaks very well.
I'm flattered. I'm glad to know I came across well. I didn't want them to think that you were hanging out with a bunch of unsavories over here. But tell them thank you, seriously.
Bunch of brain dead mainstream comic people. Nah. Yeah, man. Have you seen that new cable book?
I have not.
I just saw an image, and it was just, they put the image of maybe if someone in the chat could find that and let me know about it on Twitter or something. It's you got how Cable as how you imagine him, how you know him, and then it's the new Cable, and it's like this young, teenage, thin, perhaps gender confused. Definitely got a gender confused haircut going. And it's just, it's just another example of taking something that is hyper masculine and diminishing it. And I guess, we saw with that guy who was saying he was that guy who created the New Warrior, saying he was intimidated by the masculine men in comic books. We kind of get to the root of all this.
Exactly. He spoke like someone that didn't actually follow those books, and not that I did either, but just listening to him talk about it just sounded absurd. So I have a hard time believing it, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I think they brought him. He was brought in from TV, wasn't he? I think. That's what they do. So. They bring in YA writers. They bring in TV writers. I don't know if it's because they're cheap. I don't know if they're just trying to burn the whole thing down. They just want to make sure that, and it's not like all the old comic book writers are dead. They're still out there. So I don't know what the deal is.
Exactly. Zach talks about this a lot, and it's that little taste of Hollywood that they all want so bad, because they think that they're bigger than comic books. So I think if they bring someone in that has those connections, maybe that will be our gateway, to something bigger, because for them, comic books are not the end goal. They're a means to an end. So.
Yeah, exactly. They don't see comic books as the end of the, as the end of the line. They see it as just a stepping stone to something else. And yeah, that makes them look down on it, and they don't take it seriously. I mean, that was the biggest thing when I wasn't reading mainstream comics until I started watching Zach videos. So I would I mentioned this to you the other day. Like I dipped out for a long time, and when I came back and I just saw the change in tone to how it used to be when I was reading. They just don't take anything seriously. It's all a joke. It's all ironic. It's all like, oh wow, bang, pow, zap, nothing matters. It's really disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that nihilistic approach to everything, postmodernist. We have to deconstruct every single thing, and, nothing is of consequence. Everything is subjective. You have your truth, I have my truth. There is no objective truth. And that's where this leads you to. It leads to very insipid, unsatisfying entertainment, or outright just disappointing entertainment.
Especially people who read comic books, like you need to understand the power of continuity. And, we're talking continuity in some cases with these characters that stretches back almost a century. And they just come in and they just like destroy it and shit on it and laugh at it and then wonder why no one's buying it. Why is no one coming into the comic book store? It's just that we've got to appeal to new, younger readers. Well, these comics got popular because of how they were, not because of what you're changing them into. I don't know. I could go all day about this shit.
Exactly. Well,
everyone does.
Michael, it's refreshing to be on with you because I've been away for most of the weekend visiting my family who lives a little up north from me. But some of the stuff I've been seeing go on, Comicsgate's been on my mind for the past 2 days. It's like, man, I feel like it's just unwinding. So it's good to see that your book is still trucking on here and that you're staying above it all. So,
you're talking about a bit of the drama that's going on.
Yeah, it's definitely got me thinking about some things, because it's like, well, what is it? What does it mean? Is it a set of principles? Does everyone have the same principles? I think a lot of it really comes down to trust. A lot of these creators brought us in with the promise of, hey, trust us with your backing, trust us with your investment, which is what it ends up being in the end, and we will do good by you, unlike what happened to you in your other mediums. Because for me, I came directly from no comic books to this. So for me, it was just being disappointed with other media and jumping onto this. And I know for a lot of people who have been longtime comic book readers, they were leaving the big two. So I think it's important that we keep that in mind, that there's that element of trust, and that is what, beyond everything else, that's what this whole thing is built off of.
Yeah, dude. Sorry, I'm not responding to you. I just got sent a link by Smilingbandito of that cable. God, I'm just trying to figure out how to share this. Sorry, guys. How would I get this? Image in new tab. How about that? No, that's not going to work. All right. I will figure it out. But yeah, sorry, Poland. Yeah, look, this stuff. Where am I? What's going on here? I have lost everything. Sorry, man. You've thrown me for a 6 Smilingbandito. So yeah, I'm not au fait enough. I'm too boomer. I'm too new in this. This is still only my 3rd stream. I can't figure out how to do anything yet. The problem is I'm not signed into Twitter on Chrome. So it's
Oh
and
yeah.
I don't know what my password is, and it's all a shambles. But yeah, I'll share that later if I can. But yeah, look, the thing with the drama is, I don't know. I'm just kind of immune to it now. I just accept, like, there's some things in Comicsgate that are certain, and that is that there will be drama. Not everyone's going to get along. But also, if you just kind of let it pass you by without touching it, it can really just sort of zoom by, and it doesn't have to affect you too much, what you're doing. I'm apparently embroiled in a little bit of drama myself. Someone let
Oh
me know.
really?
That, yeah. You were on stream when Tobor did that impersonation of Stan Lee, yeah? You
Yeah.
there?
Yes.
Yeah. So I cut that up into a little video, just a
Yeah, I
stupid
saw
little
it. It was
joke.
cute.
Yeah, just a stupid joke. Obviously, I'm not trying to like say, oh, if Stan Lee was alive, he would be, he would be promoting my book. It was a dumb joke. I even put it at the end. I even made the point to put at the end. It says dramatization may not have happened. Just a silly joke.
I mean, there's
More than
lots of people
anything,
that do impersonations. I mean,
that's
lots of
exactly
people.
right. More than anything, if you saw that video, if you saw the original stream of me watching it, I was laughing my ass off about it. It was just, I love when people do good impersonations. I find them hilarious. Like, I love comedians who'll just get up there and then do impersonations. So I thought that was just the funniest thing ever. And so I cut a little video on it and put it up there. I didn't use Stanley's name. I just called him Stan the Man, and I thought it was an obvious joke. But there's people out there who, I don't know, they want to take everything, they want to read everything in the most, what's the word here? They want to take
Least
everything in the
charitable
worst,
way.
least charitable. Yeah, they want to take it in the worst possible way. Like, I'm trying to capitalize on the great man's dead legacy, and like, they even said, this is the scummiest thing that Comicsgate has ever done.
Yeah, there
Wow,
are
that's a
some
long
people who are
amount
going
that
to.
Comicsgate has done.
Yeah, sorry, there's a little bit of a delay there for a second, but there are some people out there who will take anything attached to us and, attribute the worst possible motives.
Yeah.
I mean, you were riding high when that happened. You had just hit. We were crushing milestone after milestone, and we were just having a good old time. And Tobor decided to do that for you, as because I think we had hit 70 backers or something. So he did that for you. And
Yeah, 65 backers.
yeah, so we were just having a good old time, and people have to take these things and say, "Oh, nope, how dare you?" So
yeah, and I'm always looking for something new, some kind of new, interesting content that I can put out there, just to make this whole thing fun. I'm 100% on board with people who just want to make things fun, who want to put out fun memes, funny things, and just entertain people. And use that as a way to get people here and keep people here, because we all want to be entertained. And so anyway, but I'm not going to respond to that. I'm not going to get into any kind of discussion with those guys. I even respect their opinion. If they think, look, I shouldn't be making that joke, that's their opinion. I wish they wouldn't take it so seriously, but they do, and they're entitled to their opinion. But I'm not going to engage with those guys.
exactly.
So logical gamer says that's true. You can ignore all the drama. There's no way to ignore that creators that many of us back are engulfed in internet fights instead of finishing their projects. Yeah. That is a problem. I am going to, from the get-go, I've been here in Comicsgate from the start, and I have not once yet delved into any kind of infighting or drama or anything, and I don't plan to start now. People have different opinions on what CG is. I don't know if any of you guys caught Liam's latest streams where he's talking about Sashi and the new book from your boy Zach. If there's one thing that can be gleaned from those streams, is that there's everyone has a different opinion about what CG is, what it should be, who it should be doing things with, and everything. But we can all just have our own opinions and just continue on our own way, and CG can stay fun the whole time.
Michael, I think part of the issue is that we're still so new. I mean, people talk about 2 years ago of this as if it's ancient history, but it's really not that long ago. I think a lot of folks are still trying to feel this out. It's like,
Yeah.
what do we need to hold ourselves to? But like I said earlier, I think one of the big things is, as a creator, you want to have that trust with your audience. And the other thing is no one is beyond reproach. If you get questioned by some of your backers about something, just man up and answer their concerns. I think it's as simple as that. So
Absolutely. I know. I mentioned to you, that I used to play poker. Yeah. So the only way you can play poker and make any money is if you keep your cool and don't take anything personally. Because poker is a game in which everyone you're competing against is trying to get under your skin and get you to crack. And
right.
if you crack, you're not going to be making any money in the long run. So I just have that. I guess I just have that temperament. None of this stuff makes me angry. It literally had zero effect on me to hear people say that what I'd done with that joke video was the scummiest thing that anyone could possibly do. It's just water off a duck's back. People say stuff on the internet. They're entitled to their opinions. And, I'll just move on. That's something I did last week, a few days ago. I'm looking forward to what I'm going to do tomorrow. What new ideas can I put out there to entertain the people? Always moving forward. That's what this is all about.
Right. Yeah. We just need to keep in mind that, no one is a sacred cow. If you have criticism of someone, no matter who it is, I mean, shoot, if everyone remembers when the whole prequel thing, I mean, people criticize George Lucas, and he is the original creator of Star Wars. So no one is, as an audience, if you have an issue, I think you have a right to voice it. No one should tell you to be quiet.
Absolutely. I one thing I don't want is I definitely don't want a situation arising where anyone is walking around Comicsgate on feeling like they're walking on eggshells. That is not anything I want to be involved in at all. I want people to just be able to speak their mind. And, there's not a single person from Zach to Ethan to anyone else who I haven't disagreed with from time to time on things that they've said on their streams and everything. And it's like, okay, I don't agree with that. But I still love this guy and I love his book and I'm going to support him. For as long as he's making books, you don't have to. I don't think I've met a single person in this world who I agree with every single thing, even on important things. But you just disagree and you just move on. It's exactly. Not that hard. You don't even have to say anything.
I don't think there needs to be any personal animus involved just because you're having a disagreement. Everyone's like, "Oh, you're going after Zach, Liam. You're attacking him." Liam obviously has no ill will towards Zach. He's just asking a question. I think it's a legitimate question because people were brought into this through Zach, through Ethan, being told certain things that we were going to try and stick to. And, maybe some people misinterpreted some of those principles and they're just trying to square that circle. I think it's very legitimate. There's obviously no ill will meant in either direction. So I think it's okay just to have the conversation.
Yeah, as long as these conversations are majority happening on YouTube, it's a better thing because you can hear the tone in the voice, you can see the what the person, their emotional state, and nothing can be like you said before. You don't have to give people the least charitable interpretation of what they're saying. You can see in their voice sort of where they're going. But that's one thing I would hate is if people felt like they couldn't say something, they couldn't voice their criticism. People, if it upsets you that she's got a poster on that book, absolutely make yourself heard. And likewise, anyone who says it doesn't bother me at all, absolutely make yourself heard. I was one of those people. I said to Liam straight up, dude, yep, I'll be back in this book. Like it doesn't bother me personally that he's choosing to work with whoever he's choosing to. Zach is Zach is the originator, and I love the Jawbreakers, and I will be backing it after I get through the friggin' 15 other books I've got in my list that I need to back.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Comics Callaway says, I think Zach has chosen to stay out of the drama, and that's been happening. Yeah, Zach has always done his best to stay out of all that stuff and stay above it, and it's worked for him. And it's there's always a risk that if you kind of stay out of it too much, people will just kind of say your opinions for you. They'll, wherever there's a vacuum, they'll start formulating your opinions for you out there, and you may have to come on and what's it called? Correct the record. And I think that's happened recently when people were like, well, Zach isn't like Ethan, for example. Zach doesn't fly the Comicsgate flag, in every single thing that he does. It's just, he started the shit. He's been here the whole time. He's been working the whole time, and it's not his thing to the fly a flag and wear the dog tags all the time and portray it proudly. And we all know that about him. So people start saying, "Oh, Zach isn't even CG anymore." So he's had to come on and say, "Look, correct the record in the own way that he can." And yeah, it's what it is.
Yeah. He doesn't need to become, so detached and aloof that he's, missing out on what his audience. His main primary base, though, is like where their mind is at, because that's part of what happened with the mainstream. They didn't want to hear from anyone. They were detached. If you criticize them on Twitter, they go and say "F you" and all this other stuff, and that's how Zach got his start, honestly. So there's an old quote from Bolivar, who Bolivia is named after. He said, those of us who have fought for revolution have plowed the sea. And when he said that, he was referring to every time there is a revolution in South America, the next incoming class behind them would eventually become the same as what they had fought so hard to demolish before. So I think it's always a danger when you lose sight of things, because we're all human. We, like I said, we all need each other's help to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow. I have really close friends that I consult with constantly and say, "Hey, do you think this is, do you think I was out of line here? Was I too spicy? Should I have said something different?" I always like that feedback, even if it's hard to hear sometimes.
Is this showing up on screen? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
I'm figuring it out now. This is Lobo. I don't know if you guys remember Lobo, but he's a character from years ago who was this. I mean, it's hard to imagine a more hyper masculine, character than Lobo. And I don't know what's going on here, but they've the guy on the right here, is that supposed to be a new Lobo? There's only one Lobo, that's him, and his is obviously not in the same vein as the original. And I do have, here we go. So there you go. That's what we were talking about earlier.
Oh my gosh.
That's Cable.
Jeez.
Who's that appealing to?
That's absurd.
And they also look, they've censored the swear words because that would hurt feelings.
Yes.
Talk about just are you familiar with Carlo Rowe?
I am. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's always talking about, the punk and the grit and the, that raw stuff in the art that that is just missing from so much of what's happening out there, and especially the trend of the direction of art. And look, this is devoid of any kind of grit and energy and everything. This is like that masculinity video I did with Ethan, kind of personified, isn't it?
Yep, that's a prime example right there. Even if you go look at Cable from the '90s X-Men cartoon, he looks 10 times manlier than that. It's embarrassing.
Twink Cable, says Delta Spurgforce. Yeah.
Yep. Limp Cable.
Trans Silver Sable. Yeah. No, it is. Destroy everything on purpose. No, you're right. I always get this guy's name wrong because I got it wrong the first time. And now it's the wrong one is stuck in my head and I can never get it right. It's the fourth age. He's got a YouTube channel. I'm going to say it's the fourth age.
It's a great channel.
Yeah, man. If you want to know what's going on and why it's going on, this guy's got it all figured out. Everything he says makes 100% perfect sense. And I'm not just talking about like what's happened, why it's happening, why they're doing what they're doing. You know, hiring Sana Armanat and the whole direction. And it all becomes crystal clear if you watch this guy's videos. The fourth age, yeah. Thanks, Blue Samurai. Yeah. And he's got a great channel. Like he's really clear and succinct and passionate. And yeah, definitely go check out. Definitely go check out their channel. Moot Point asks, will Liam be calling out EVS and Mailer next when they cross the war campaign CG only line? The drama they're all stirring up is not why I'm here. Well, yeah, and you're entitled to your opinion, and you should be able to say that. I don't necessarily know if what Liam thinks he's doing is calling creators out, but yeah, like I think he's always saying he's just asking questions. I know that he was obviously very visibly disappointed. In a way that I perhaps aren't when he saw the Sashi thing, and I know a lot of people in that chat were angry when he found that. So, it is what it is. Let's make sure we can talk about it. I don't know. People get really heated about this stuff. Obviously, with art like that and all the stuff that Zach's been doing to build up his brand. It's definitely just not something that I would ever want to like go after and attack, because it's just what Zach is doing is phenomenal. And getting Kyle Ritter and Aaron Alfecci and everyone, and what he did with the Expendables, it's just so valuable. And I will always be a big fan of Zach, and credit a lot of where I am today to what he started. And yeah.
Yep. We just need to make sure that,
But yeah, guys,
you can always voice your concerns no matter who it is. And you might that might be your way of actually expressing that you have more respect for him. I mean, like I said, speaking from personal experience in my own life, my closest friends are the ones I know that can tell me the truth no matter how difficult it is, So
yeah. Absolutely.
Not everything is malicious. Not everything is shit stirring. Not everything
Blue
is
Samurai
as they like to say. So,
Blue Samurai, welcome.
Welcome, Samurai. Hello. Got the triumvirate back together again.
That was such a fun stream. I had a ball. I didn't want to end, but by the end, my wife was saying, "Man, at the end, you were, I
was ragged too. I was just trying to hang in there for you as long as I could."
That was my first stream ever, and it went for 8 hours. That's just how we roll down in Australia.
My boss actually asked me the next day. He said, "Did you clock in?" I said, "Well, I thought I did. I definitely worked."
Good man.
Yeah, it was. I definitely took a nap as soon as that was over with.
Zach is the godfather. Hell yeah, he is. So I don't know. We're waiting.
No one can ever take that away from him. There's no doubt.
No, for now and forever. And everyone in CG knows that, and everyone acknowledges that. That's another kind of staple. Check this out, guys. I'll make myself full screen. I got these in the mail. So we don't have Gemini mailers here in Australia, but Rob Arnold from Replicator put me onto this. So this is it's like a book mailer, and it's really sturdy. It won't bend, awesome, but and on top of that, a good thing about it is it's A4 size. I don't know if you guys know what A4 size is. It's not quite your US letter sort of, your normal printer paper size, but the important thing is it's bigger than the size of the actual book, of the actual comic. So if it gets banged on the corners, it's not going to bang the corners of what's inside. But yeah, I'm gonna have the thing bagged and boarded in here. And yeah, so the book is gonna check out this. This is a sample I got from the printer. It's called Bazza the Bogan Barbarian.
That's
Australian
hilarious.
Alien Invasion.
That's the most Australian thing I've seen in a while.
Yeah. So I've got a nice bit of thick card here in the back. So the book will sit in here. As you can see, it'll roll around a little bit in the thing, but it won't get banged on the corners, and that's sort of the most important thing. You've got the board here, and yeah, so that's how my stuff is going to ship. I can put the head sketch in there just fine. It'll fit. Obviously, if I get enough money to do that stretch goal with the 12-page preview and all that kind of stuff, it'll all just slip in there. And yeah, I've got to make sure whatever I do, I can't go over the limit of 500 grams, which is the shipping limit that'll put me over. Bubble wrap would help if you can afford. Yeah, I may be able to. Whatever I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure that I really want these books to get to you in pristine condition. Thankfully, with the US dollar way it is compared to the Aussie dollar, the $12 that I'm asking for shipping goes a long way down here. So yeah, I can afford to make it as schmick as possible.
Michael, what would be cool is if all the Aussie guys could get together at some point and do like an international bundle, ship that out at once. I know that a huge part of y'all's base is in North America, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's like 75% of all the backers I've gotten so far are in the US. That's a good point, Archgeek. Might be important to slip a piece of paper in there. Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, maybe I'll make a nice little cool piece of paper. Actually, I have a stretch goal of having a print for everyone. So everyone who backs will get a nice the A4 sized print, full color print. So yeah, we'll see. The campaign's still got a long way to go. So I'm still hoping to be getting a lot more stuff in there. Blue Samurai said he was muted. So let's get back in there. Blue, are you there?
Samurai. Yeah, I'm here now. I apologize for that.
Oh, good. Good. Well, you got in here eventually.
Really hurt. I thought he was just...
he was ignoring us.
I spent all that breath just exuding love for you, Poland, and you never heard a word of it.
Oh my god!
It's too late now. It's gone, man.
Yeah, it's the moment. The moment has passed.
It's so fleeting. Life is so fleeting.
I don't know if you heard earlier, Samurai, but I already blew smoke up his ass. My family was complimenting him on his, articulate, very intelligent points that he was making the other night on our monster stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still find it hard to believe.
I went to sleep. I went to sleep and woke up, and you were still streaming, and I didn't know it till later. But that was a monster marathon.
Yeah, I was just so honored to be a part of that.
Oh man, I was really happy to have you there. Both you guys, it is great to just you guys just randomly come on, and we have great rapport, and we would I was never bored or distracted or anything. The whole thing was just a good chat.
Well, when you leave the screen door open, you never know what's going to leak on the submarine. So there you go.
Yeah, that's right. And we had a guy pop in just to promote his comic for a short period. I can't remember if that was on that monster stream or on another one. The one I did the day after, I had a guy come in and just sort of plug his pre-launch page for a second, then he popped out. And he sent me a link to his video, and he actually did a half an hour look at my campaign on his channel. And it was a bunch of guys, and they all talked about, they were giving art critique and stuff. It was really good watching. I watched it, and that what they were talking about really articulated a lot of what I've kind of gone through as an artist. The learning process and all that sort of stuff. They were talking about the differences between doing art traditionally and digitally, and and how the art has to be appropriate for the story. So on some of these books that I talked about today, the art is you got a kind of a child, kind of a kids more of a kids focused style art, and you want to make sure that your book then therefore is more, the story is kind of more about that.
Yeah, Zach's been promoting this one book. I don't have it in front of me, but it's The Last Patrol or something like that. And it's a very serious military story, but the art is still just shaded a bit towards kids style. I like the style, and I'm sure it'll work because it's a little bit blocky. But it's like, well, it is a bit of a kids style. So will it work for the story?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. Yeah, I think it is. I haven't actually clicked on it because just from me and my channel, I'm just kind of focusing on CG books. So I don't know if this is a CG book or just Zach. Just this is his kind of story. So he's really into it, and Zach doesn't just promote CG only anyway. But yeah, let's take a look. So are you guys seeing that here?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's up on screen.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, check this out. It is it does have a bit of that kid style to it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
If you compare it to something like, are you familiar with Door Kickers, which is another military story by Scott McCulloch?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, that's got a really much more realistic, gritty style to it. Yeah, definitely. All right. Yeah, I hadn't clicked on this. I haven't checked it out yet.
Now, I don't know if it's CG or not, but I think people might start figuring out. I'm open to books that are not blatantly anti-CG or not SJW books. And, there's a lot of independent books out there that don't fit those two categories and are kind of just very quiet about CG. So they're not against CG. They probably just don't want any of the mayhem and headache.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not CG only. I will absolutely, just as a fan, as a personal fan, I will back all kinds of things just because I love the book or I know the people. There's one Jack Irons here on my wall. It's a great book, and yeah, I support them 100% in everything they're doing. Those guys aren't CG though, but they're definitely not. They're definitely not SJWs, that's for sure. There's plenty of books out there that they're doing great stuff. I was just speaking more for my own show for Comicsgate Corner. I'm only promoting CG books on this actual show, on the Comicsgate Corner show. But as a fan, yeah, absolutely, I'll back anyone who isn't out there spreading hateful propaganda. And just trying to put out good books. So they don't have to be Comicsgate for me.
Now you mentioned Door Kickers. I think Scott is working on another book also. I'll try to find it.
It's Peregrine.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Never mind. It's well known.
Man, Peregrine looks friggin' amazing. First, I'll pull up Door Kickers though, because that's another cool looking book. Here we go. They're both here, so I'll just pop one in a new tab. Panzer Demon. Yeah, so I mean, check this out. So yeah, this is obviously, to me, this is a style that really fits with the theme. Love that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a narwhal version in there too. Well, there you go. That's an example of narwhal is just his own thing. It's whatever you say about anything else, narwhal can just kind of fit in there in weird places. The interiors.
We're rolling back a little bit to what you two were discussing earlier about. I kept in my head. I had you ready to go, but I didn't click the button until I felt there was something worth saying. And you two were talking about the fourth things that kept making me think Fourth Age. You brought him up. He's got a great channel for explaining the mechanisms and the deliberateness behind everything that's going on. Even though a lot of followers in these movements don't understand that they are deliberately planned. They buy into the propaganda and run with it, but there is a deliberate effort behind there. And prior to that, I forget which one of you, Poland or Bancroft, you were talking about crap. Sorry, it fell out of my head. That happens. But this
No, go on.
Oh, this movement against art is not new. when I first studied fascism, I didn't realize I'd be studying collectivism for the most part, and then fascism as an application. But fascism in particular came, a lot of it, out of postmodernism. And the art side of postmodernism was very strange, that even the fascists didn't directly adopt it, or at least not immediately. That this that it's not.
Morning,
It's,
Tommy.
Hey, Tommy. It's the idea that it's not art that unless it violates something. And I agree with this. And that's where a lot of our modern art comes out, where you get a red square with a blue border on a white background, but the corner of the square is dented. And this is considered art because it violates the notion of a square or some pretentious crap like that. And so I wanted to throw that in on something you guys were saying earlier, where this has led into a downgrade in art, that now the deliberate destruction of just everything that's traditional or has some sort of value or heart, it's pulled that into it as well. These have now merged.
Yeah, the cow art and all that stuff. Yeah, I was the one that mentioned the postmodernist, neo-Marxist, all that stuff. I mentioned that at some point earlier.
It's funny that you should be talking about this while Peregrine is up on the stream, because that the purpose of that book is the reconstruction of the other side of that argument, going back to what we had before and rebuilding what has been destroyed. And we focus, obviously, we're interested in comic books, and we focus on that part of it, but that is just one tiny little element. You're exactly right about the fourth age goes into it in just exquisite detail, and it just makes perfect sense. And it's frustrating that more of us, out there in, kind of, what would you call us, like anti-SJW type people, don't know about this stuff, because, people are always shaking their head like, why is this happening? Why are they letting them do that? And you're right. There is a purposeful, agenda going on there, and they're succeeding in a way that, like, we don't really judge it as succeeding because we're thinking they should be doing something else. But no, from their point of view, they're succeeding because they're getting their agenda out there in the way that they want to. And for me, I went to graphic design school at university, and I had to take art history for 5 years straight. And so I am well ensconced in all of this stuff. I know all about it. And there's a whole nother side to an architecture, and how there's a real agenda there in just tearing down that the whole purpose of what architecture once was. It fosters unity and inclusion in the community, and it gives people a sense of who they are as a people, because it's something that's lasting and permanent. And when they tear all down the old architecture and put up something that is transitory and purposefully ugly, then you have to understand that a lot of this stuff is ugly on purpose. It demoralizes people, and separates them. And that's all done on purpose, and that's another part of this whole program that's happening right now. And comics is a small part of it, and movies are another part of it, and architecture and all that stuff. And it's just, you got to fight it, but you can only fight the battles that you can fight. It's so big.
Yeah, absolutely. All is part of the same picture. I mean, like I said, I jumped directly from other media to comics, a couple of years ago. So that's why this whole thing means so much to me. I think this is a special thing.
When you say you jumped, do you mean as a producer or consumer?
Consumer. Okay. Like I was saying, I'm new to comic books, so it's not like I was picking up Marvel, DC for years, and then I said, "Oh, Ethan, the new way." I kind of was led to it by being disappointed with other things, like Michael's talking about, because it affects all art, movies, shows, books, even just regular artwork itself that you put up on the wall. So that's kind of derangement led me here. I was like, oh, I'm just out. I'm checked out of all this stuff, and this seems like something different. So Let me jump into these comic books and see what's going on.
Yeah, well, and I mean, you say comic books is a small part of this whole thing, but the interesting thing about it is comic books is a bit unique in that we, and I say we, I mean Comicsgate, was able to very quickly mobilize and start putting out, professional, comparable product to what the gate-kept mainstream was doing. There's not many other genres or mediums, whatever you want to call them, that you can do that in. Like, you can't get into, say, fine art. There's no getting into fine art. There's only maybe Banksy is one person who kind of smashed his way in, but he's not in the way that the other people want someone to be in. He's not part of that scene. But there's other things going on with Banksy as well. But it's something about comic books that it's just it may be a small thing, but it's an incredibly important thing, because we were able to do this in a way that really has shaken the industry in a way that no one could have expected. And anyone who says that we're not shaking the industry is lying to themselves.
There was an interesting line you just had up there a minute ago about, well, you just mentioned if we're not shaking the industry, we're lying to ourselves. I'm very happy to support Comicsgaters because of that. But Tony Sarkinen, here we go. Look, can we go back one more on him?
One more?
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, I think he means, I'm going to insert a word here, those who cannot use destruction to create new just destroys. Breaking things is easy. Using the pieces to create new is the hard part. And I think that's connected to the next question, or the next post, which is asking random questions is also easy. Finding the questions that bring forth answers through discussions is the hard part. Rhetoric done right is powerful too. Otherwise, it's just a power play. This is particularly interesting to me in terms of the people who attack and try to break down everything, where Comicsgate is really intentionally trying to build up something and say, forget all of you. I have several thoughts from different directions. One of which is what's his name? Zach reminds me of Martin Luther. I can't tell if he's like Luther in that Luther didn't want to get rid of the Catholic Church. He wanted to reform and fix it, and ended up just spawning something completely new. And was Zach really hoping to correct anything, or was he just calling foul and then finally decided to do his own book?
Not wanting to speak for the guy and just having a little bit of insider knowledge, I think that, he definitely just started out in wanting to correct it, and he was very reticent for a long time to make his own book. He was just because he was so successful in what he was doing, being just a critique. But I think it just got to the point where he could no longer not put his money where his mouth is, especially since he'd made one before.
I think after enough time, I think enough pros had pushed back on him. It's like, well, let's see you do better. He said, all right, bitches, let me show you.
And even though he already had done a couple, but those were just sort of fun.
Yeah, that's right. He'd never in those ones, it was clear he wasn't attempting to compete with the mainstream in those ones. He was just putting out a very independent publication, and it was supposed to be viewed in that sense. But with this one, with the first Jawbreakers, he would have to put out something that was not only comparable but better than most of what was going on in the mainstream at the time, because of how critical he'd been of them. If he had to put out something that was just comparable, that wouldn't mean a good look. He had to put out something that was better, and I think he achieved that. Archgeek says, it's what Gamergate couldn't or wouldn't do. I don't think Gamergate. You see, Gamergate was purely critical. Gamergate was was about Gamergate saw the corruption and the nepotism and just the whole rotten ideology that had infested games, that it's infested everything else, and wanted to fight that. Whereas at some point, even though Comicsgate didn't really start like that, because Comicsgate was it wasn't called Comicsgate. It was just a bunch of people on YouTube, and they were, they had their own channels and people watched it, and there was obviously a group of people out there in the world who were enjoying watching videos that were critical of what was going on in the mainstream, but they hadn't coalesced yet. The birth of Comicsgate happened around Zach, and when it all coalesced, and he put out his Jawbreakers book, and it became it was really especially if you talk about the actual hashtag Comicsgate, the word, it was birthed out of creativity and creating something new and positive and good, and I don't think it's looked back since.
And let's be honest, I mean, the threshold to making a game versus a comic book is a bit different, at least if you're talking about trying to do AAA, style games. And
that's what you would have to do. You would have to put out something that is as good as, whatever mainstream AAA game is out there. Otherwise, you're just kind of going to be laughed off the stage. You're not going to make any impact. You're not going to make the impact that you need to make. So that's why comics is unique in this sense. It's something because it's got the visual thing. We can sell comics so easily. You can sell them with the art. I know that people have tried to push back in novels as well, and it's just not as successful because the gatekeepers hold all the keys in the novel scene, and how are you going to sell yourself with prose? People aren't going to be out there like sharing a paragraph of your novel, and you're not going to get hundreds and hundreds of retweets on that. So there's just something unique about comic books. It's got that visual element, and it's got that low entry, like you mentioned, that we can get it out there and make waves with what we're doing. Tommy says Gamergate was criticism about the journalism in fandom. Comicsgate is criticism about creation inside fandom. On one, it's possible to create new. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so they both have gate in it. There are some parallels, but anyone who was involved, even tangentially, with both of these, well, they start off as movements. I think Comicsgate is turned into something else at the moment at this point. But they're so different. They're so different. Did you guys catch this?
Yeah.
Manspreading has crossed over to the realm of running, and it's not okay.
Anytime you see an article title that ends with "it's not okay," you already know what you're in for. There's this irreverent, silly way that these people have of writing, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah, it's the Joss Whedon.
And "it's not okay" is one of those phrases. You can say that's triggering. I don't care, but it is.
I know exactly what you're saying, isn't it? It's this nothing really, like, it's tongue in cheek, nothing really matters, but it's kind of like a dog whistle, isn't it? To the people with the right, it's the way they tweet too, and it was so amazing. I don't know if you saw Gal Simone's YouTube videos, but it was that language personified. Nothing matters, nothing serious, everything's a joke, but we're going to ruin your lives over it. This is hilarious. I saw this over breakfast, and I was like, "What the?"
Another one is, manspreading is rampant, and we need to talk about it.
We need to talk about it.
Look at the way she writes too. Yes, I know. Hashtag not all men, but hashtag a considerable number of men, and definitely hashtag not women. Like, oh man. It's insufferable. It's insufferable to think that this person probably got paid for this. But I guess it's doing its job because I looked at it and I'm talking about it.
I was looking up God knows what about video cameras and ran across some kid who just shows off on YouTube things he finds at garage sales or whatnot. And he researched the thing, whatever it was. It was some old VHS camcorder. And he said he found an article from 89, 88, something, or no, 91, 92. Sorry, I was doing a lot of digging. Sorry to mix it up, but and he's found a tech article, and it's just a regular magazine that was out there, like Popular Mechanics might be, but it was some other magazine. He said the writing in it was just refreshing because it was so plain, and the writer wasn't part of the story. It like this person, they're basically emoting in text here, and he said that, wow, that was really a different generation, a different era. I'm slightly old enough to remember it, and it was. You weren't supposed to speak in only slang and only sarcastic, ironic slang like this. You're supposed to write factual statements and just let them stand on their own, regardless of the author. And what's this crap? So.
No, you're totally right. Like, this is not a problem that exists in the real world. This is a problem that exists inside her head. And she's not only let that slip, she is blatant about it. She's overt about it and happy about it, that she's writing. This is her personal opinion. If you read this stupid article, it's about her. She's this is during the the lockdown, so you're only allowed to go out to run, and there's restrictions on that. So you got to keep a distance with other people. So in her opinion, she feels nervous about going outside, and when she does go outside, she always tries to like make herself as small as possible, and kind of stay off to the side. And she's doing her running. And she's noticing that some men who are out there running as well are just running how they normally would down the middle of the path. And in her mind, it's triggering her. It's men's entitlement. It's blah 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 blah. And it's yeah, you're right. It's all about her. It's all her own insecurities, and it's just it's really pathetic.
It's as if she's not part of the equation. Like, maybe if she ran down the middle of the path also, then oncomers would, like her, at the same time do the Oklahoma rule, which is you go down the middle and then you veer over when you meet somebody. Well, she's already veered over, so they're not going to move. Exactly.
And and not to mention that men, especially men who are out there jogging, are probably going to be a lot bigger than women. It's just that's just a normal thing. But we can't say that stuff. We might get banned on YouTube for talking about biology.
Yeah, can't talk about biology. Great.
Yeah,
I work with just enough SJWs to make the workplace like a prison. It takes only a few, 5%, and your workplace is toast.
Yeah.
That's the thing, isn't it? I don't know. My workplace is pretty chill. Like, we just kind of do our work, and people will say some things that I disagree with, but I just like I said, like in normal life, like on the internet, I just let it go over the top of my head, and water off a duck's back. It is interesting though that the only people who will talk about, what would you call them, social or political issues, are the people who are on that side. They'll bag Trump openly, even though we're in Australia. There's a lot of Trump bagging going on, and also what is like pro-feminism or all that sort of stuff. Like, they will openly talk about this controversial political stuff without inhibition. But if anyone were to say, if they were conservative or anti-feminist or whatever, they're not going to just sort of spark up and talk about, what they believe. It wouldn't be appropriate in the workplace. It does create a very interesting dynamic there. But that's just the way it used to be. I know it used to be. You don't talk about that stuff at work. You don't mention. What was it? You don't mention religion or politics at work. You keep it professional, but everything seems to have gone out the window recently.
Mm-hmm. And for us, it's okay to say, if somebody wanted to say, I went to church. We actually, separate from the SJWs, we have several Mormons. So they can all say, oh yeah, I know this other person from church, and that's okay, that's acceptable. But outside of that, you're very free to bag Trump. You're very free to say anything misandrous. I've had sexism and racism thrown at me just blatantly, and people just accept it. And it's extremely strange. and that. But if I said anything not sexist, but just on the topic, I'd be dead.
Yeah, yeah. It's a strange thing we live in. Like, I mean, it's even especially strange being in Australia. You know, on the day that Trump was elected, the head of the company came out and you know, talked about it, and I just you know, that's her right, it's her company. I just thought it was odd that we were talking about the US election happening, and we were in Australia, and you know, we have nothing. Our company has literally nothing to do with politics. But you know, she obviously, you know, she was obviously I don't know if she's a Hillary supporter, or, you know, she didn't like Trump. She doesn't like Trump, so, you know, she felt that I guess she presumed that everyone else felt the same way that she did. And it was interesting to look around my colleagues and kind of see who who was taking in the message and who isn't. That's usually how I know, you know, where you stand politically, is if you don't get involved in political discussions in social settings.
Yeah, because you don't assume that your opinion's the right one, everyone else should listen to you. Usually the more conservative people are exactly just that. They're more conservative about things. They do not talk about it.
Here's something that I just think about
on everyone else.
Here's something I think about off the top of my head. It's sort of quasi-related. There's conservatism and there's conservationism, and they're completely sort of sitting on opposite ends of the political spectrum. So you've got the Greens, who are conservationists, and then you've got the conservatives, and that's more political. But, you know, the conservatives will say they're trying to conserve the values and the society and the traditions of the culture that exists from being eroded by, you know, forces from the outside. And the conservationists will say the exact same thing, but just of the environment. But you know, there's constant, you know, they're in battle all the time. And I always wonder, like, would you be able to get, you know, a conservative and a conservationist together in a room and, you know, come to terms with the fact that, hey, we're both trying to do the same thing, but just for different things. And if they could ever kind of get onto the same page in that sense. I just thought that was a strange semantic quirk in English, that they were so similar. Like, if you were learning English, you could be confused as to saying, like, oh, this person's a conservationist. Oh, they like Trump. You know, it's it's just an interesting parallel that's just been kind of percolating in my head a little bit all this time. You know what I'm going to do, because this is supposed to be the Comicsgate Corner stream. I'm going to do some refreshes like Ethan does on his show. Like, not that I'm saying that I've done any help promoting. I'm sure any increases in these campaigns has absolutely everything to do with this stream. But he is sitting on 51,920, and there you go. Zach is going up. Frega Boom, wow, he's so close to 100k. That is crazy. Are you guys familiar with Dan's little anecdote that he had when people were attacking him for joining Comicsgate? Have you heard that?
Yes, some of it.
Yeah. He said he'd worked on just for guys in the chat who hadn't. He worked on a book for like 2 years. Released it through Image. Sold 1,800 copies. You know that you have to pay that Image fee of $2,500, and then you sell 1,800 copies, and he made, like, I don't know what it is, but he made a really small amount of money from it. And now people, like, he's like looking at Ethan and Zach and all these people, even just YouTubers who've never made a comic before, who don't have his pedigree, making tens of thousands of dollars, in some cases hundreds of thousands, like Cecil and Raging Golden Eagle. And he's saying, well, why not me? And his friends are saying, because then you're part of a hate movement, and, you know, you're disowned and everything. This is like, you know, this is economy. This is economics. You know, this is something that he has to do.
1,800 copies times $4 gave, I think, 72 something that, or I forget how many zeros, but you cut that in half because that's the retail price. So the wholesale price is half of that. I could have just said 1,800 times 2. All right. Anyway, minus 27, minus the 2,500 up front leaves 1,100 to be divided by all the creators.
That sounds about right. And I think and he was just like, "What's the point? You know, what's the point?" The image model worked like a charm in the early 90s when there were millions of people buying comic books, but it's not. It just doesn't work anymore. Even what's his face, the guy who created Walking Dead, released an image book, and it looked cool. I bought it. I've got the first issue, but I didn't go back for the second. And you know, he's not going to be making huge amounts of money off it. Not like if he had joined Comicsgate and become part of all this and gotten on the streams and and done it as a crowdfunding campaign, we'd still be talking about it now. It'd be out there. It'd be a thing that everyone was anticipating. Mm-hmm. But yeah. Okay, so I didn't refresh this one yet. So 91559. Here we go. Yeah, got a couple. Just ticking along. Go down.
If you don't have Red Eyes up there, I put a link in the chat for you.
Let me check it out.
Michael, I have to excuse myself. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, sure. Go for it. Let me put that in here. Little diversion. Red Eyes. So, yeah, I recognize this guy. John. Yeah, he's in the chat. He's in the chat sometimes. I follow him on Twitter.
Hey, go to the updates on this one. He's doing something really cool.
Okay. To the updates. Is that? Oh, that's on the here.
There you go.
German and Spanish.
Secret perks for German and Spanish, physical and digital.
Well, that's something new. Yeah. I know that there must be a lot of Spanish people reading books, because I don't know how many Germans are in America. I just know that like most people who go through Indiegogo are American. But yeah, that's definitely something cool. Wow, this art looks fantastic. I got to promote this guy. He's only got 13 days left. Well, let's just look. It's an impromptu Comicsgate Corner extra. Red Eyes episode 1. It's like Conan the Barbarian, but with freaking guns. Yeah. It's great graphic design too. I always get a little bit disappointed when the logo doesn't gel with the story. Yeah, Tommy says I could have a few mods. Yeah, I would. I don't know how to do it. You got to do it on YouTube. I'm in StreamYards. I got confused earlier trying to get some images from Twitter onto this. It was a debacle. I'm gonna figure this all out. I'm still new. Yeah, someone can let me know, like sit me down like a boomer and explain to me like how I would explain to my dad how to set up a printer. Let's go back to the campaign. A dark fantasy comic is about a group of insurgent fighters on a desperate mission to save their land. 20 years ago, their beloved kingdom, Fayen, was conquered by savage hunters from the north. Most bowed down and surrendered. Only a few dared to fight against all odds. Man, this looks great. Cover by Andrea Guadino. Art by Christian. They're just testing me with these names. You're testing me. You did this here on purpose.
This
is Italian? Christian Culicelli. Colors by Frederica Valova. Letters by Erika Vedezo. Vedezo. How does this guy ever sleep? Eric Weathers, do you ever sleep? Because honestly, like, letters don't take as long as the colors and the art, but still, if you have to do 100 books at any given time, it's going to cut into your lifetime. Logo, good logo. Alessia Sagnotti. I feel like I'm reading the sequel to The Godfather. And then story by John R. Burningstone. Whoa, this sounds like someone from Jumanji. John R. Burningstone. Is that your real name, Burningstone? If that is amazing. Like if you were a woman who had the name Burningstone, you wouldn't give that up when you got married. You're like, no, I'm keeping that.
I want my sons to have that name. Yeah.
Burningstone. You gotta pick, mate. You gotta pick an epic. You can't just be like you gotta have an epic name. You can't have like a weak name if your last name is Burningstone. You've got to have something something strong and powerful. All right. So it looks like it's like a. Go on. Sorry.
I was going to say if we scroll down, but I'm not looking at what you have showing. There we go. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm scrolling down now. All right, so it looks like he's got some colors, some black and whites.
So that one you have there, is it? That's not live. I'm behind you, just above the black and white. It looks like that looks like some kind of separate pinup poster. And
maybe it's a double-page spread. It definitely looks like it's different. It doesn't have the same line art. See there, see that one there? It's got that kind of more traditional black and white line art, and you do the colors. Whereas this one looks like a painting.
Yeah,
I'm gonna zoom into it. Yeah, this looks like a digital painting.
It's scary.
All right, cool. Stretch goals. We half funded. Trading card unlocked. All right. Yeah, I got to work out my stretch goals. I think I've seen this before. That's nice. I've seen that before. Yeah, I've seen this before. All right. Yeah, I mean, I follow this. I must follow this guy on Twitter, and I know I recognize his avatar from the chat. We probably even chatted a bit, and yeah.
He was on with you in the night of your launch.
There you go. There you go. I've got to sort out my my stretch goals, like figure out what I'm going to do. Like the ones that I have that are on there now, they're kind of like they were my dream goals. You know, these are the big ones. These are the ones that'll cost me a bit of money, so I have to get the campaign up pretty high to get them. But you know, you can do all kinds of cheap things, stickers. Like I mentioned earlier, little poster print pretty cheaply. You know, just add value to the initial. You know, something that everyone gets. Just even if they get just the book. Yeah, but figuring all that stuff out. One thing I don't want to do is get burnt on the money, because you know all this stuff adds up, and not that I'm like trying to make a huge profit, but I don't want to be going into pocket. On my first campaign, that would be counterproductive.
Yeah,
exactly. You know, I'm not saying like, oh yeah, I need to be making tens of thousands of dollars or anything. Although I will be printing more than I need, so you know, I'll have extra copies for the next campaign, or just to sell whenever. What does Tommy say? He had to run off to do something. He'll be back, he said.
I miss him already.
Yeah, he's a good addition to this stream. It's just both you guys. You have just that nice, calming voice. Sound like someone you want to listen to.
Yeah, but I answered too quick, and then he doesn't get a chance. I need to hang back a little.
It's all right. It's all right. We're all learning here. We're all learning. Could be a nice effect to have a painting effect when the character's afraid. Meaning the art gives impression, emotional state. Yeah, it could be. Could be. We'll have to. You know, he's around, so. Maybe he'll pop in at some point and let us know. So what was I up to? I refreshed Fragaboom. Pretty sure. I can't refresh that because that's just a thing. What's this? Oh, that's just a spare page.
That's a search.
Door Kickers. Well, we didn't really promote Door Kickers. It's over. Door Kickers is done. Peregrine. We didn't talk about Peregrine. These guys had me on for my launch. I launched literally 10 minutes before going on their show, and it was heaps of fun. Those are really cool guys. They have a lot of fun. They have the same sort of idea as me. make something entertaining, whatever that is, and get the bums on the seats, and then sell them your book. Yeah, we do. Hey, Smiling Bandito. I don't know. It's just like when you meet people that you can just chat with, and it's super comfortable. You got a good rapport. Nothing's being forced. It works well. It makes, like I said, it makes for entertaining viewing. Yeah. So this I don't know if you're familiar with this book, Samurai, but it looks amazing, and it's based on that idea of the reconstruction of the hero. It's got it written right there.
Yep. I read over before I backed it. I read it, and I backed for just one copy. I'm trying to keep things simpler so I can spread further to more creators.
Yep.
It's that whole multi cover thing is like, well, it's some people's things, but I do want to do it at times, and other times it's just more space in the box. And
yeah, so I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, I'm usually a one cover dude as well. The only one who I'll buy multiple covers of is Ethan's. Everyone else just gets the one, but I'm a bit of a Ethan fanboy in that sense.
And then I have to choose between covers, and that's always painful.
Yeah.
But so I did back these guys. I got the primary cover, and I read it over, and it's this reconstruction after society like completely falls apart. And I wonder, is that our future?
It could be. By all accounts, I haven't read any of Scott's stuff yet, but everyone raves about him. So, and from what I've heard of these guys talking about it, and you don't pay this much for art like this with it being without it being a really good story. And it sounds good. And you're like I said, heroes are supposed to be aspirational. You're supposed to look up to them. You're not supposed to, what's the word? You're not supposed to. Maybe once in a while you can do a bit of a deconstruction storyline, but it should be quick. I never enjoyed them when I was a kid. There you go. I didn't like Superman the movie where he gave up being Superman. I didn't like that storyline. And I haven't liked any of those storylines since. I like it when, if I'm going to read a superhero story, I want to watch them struggle and fail, and then ultimately succeed and sacrifice and all that good stuff. That's what I want. That's why I read a superhero story. It's not to kind of see the whole thing torn apart and analyzed from the inside out.
I don't know. When I remember seeing Superman 2 as a child, and it made me angry when he gave up his powers, and having my mother say, "Oh, he did it for love," be quiet. It just didn't solve the problem. Where, is that really what Lois wanted? And even if it was, is it the right thing to do? It just pissed me off. That was it.
Yep, I had the exact same feeling. I didn't like it at all. You get some cool moments out of it. There was some interesting results because of it. Like the scene where he tricks Zod, and I like the scene where he goes back and gets his revenge on that dude in the diner. But that's pretty petty. It's actually a bit below Superman. But I'm definitely. I did these guys pre-launch page on one of my first Comicsgate corners, and I just knew the guys. I like their show. I like the sound of the concept, but and the cover's nice. The cover's cool. It didn't like rock my socks off. It's it does the job. But once I saw these interiors, I was like, holy damn. These
I just scrolled it back up to see if there's a colorist, and there is. Farah.
Yeah, they're coloring it.
Yeah, they're coloring.
That's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, I like these. I've only read a few manga, but I like these black and whites. I really do.
Yeah, because they've got they've got that tone in it, and the black and white works. So I don't know. Maybe we'll be able to convince them to print both. And it'll be interesting to see. Like, I would really hate for the colorist to overcook this, because this line art is so amazing. But we'll just have to trust them and wait and see. I haven't backed this one yet because I don't know. I've said this 100 million times now, but I'm I'm saving up for the honeycomb box, and that has to take precedence. So once that, I think I'm only like one payday away from getting it. So once that's done, I'll be back into seeing what's next. But Peregrine is definitely on the list for me.
So tell me something. When you you color your own, what do you think of a story that fades from black and white to color as the character progresses? And I'm asking because I have a story in mind, but it's nowhere near fully written. But if you read a book, this is blatantly obvious, you just flip through the graphic novel real fast and you'll see it, but that chapters have different color schemes depending on where the character is in his life.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, it's just kind of adding another visual element to it, isn't it?
So it's not like too cheap of a gimmick.
Nah. No, I wouldn't think so. No, that's been handled well in movies before. That movie with is it Reese Witherspoon or someone? No, some movie where they start in black and white and then gradually color is introduced. And it's a you know what it is? It's a memorable storytelling technique. I remember. I don't know if you've seen the Trolls movie. The little trolls are very colorful creatures, not just because that's just what they are, but it's their personality as well. It's part of who they are, and you find out that when all hope is lost, they'll actually lose their color. And one of the main characters in the story, Branch, he has actually lost all his color. He's a very dull troll, and that's part of his personality and part of his backstory. And there's a really, poignant, emotional turning point in the story where Branch, of all people, sees that the trolls need their color, and it's a big, like I said, it's a big kind of climax moment of the story. We'll all get their colors back, and it's very memorable. It's important when you're making comic books to make visually memorable moments. That's one of the reasons why they say show don't tell, is because if you just say something about a character or an event, the person reading it is not going to remember it. They need to see it as well. So yeah, I don't think it's too gimmicky. I think I like the way you say, like, imagine like picking up a comic off the shelf and flicking through it and literally seeing the pages get more colorful as you go.
Yeah. But it's nothing without the line work, and I'm not going to get anything done without actually writing it. So there's that. Well, all right. Thanks for the help, though. With Peregrine, though, that's going to be colored. So okay. Yeah,
it's going to be colored. I was asking them while I was on their show, when are we going to see some of that? And they weren't in perfect harmony over that. Deadpool was Optimus Deadpool was thinking soon. Piper was thinking something else. Xavier didn't say anything. Scott wasn't there. So, yeah, we'll see. I think in the next couple of weeks, hopefully we'll be able to start seeing some colors on that project, and I will be backing it hopefully at that point too. Oh, there's me. This is always really tense, I feel. I'm gonna refresh. Yes, one more. Thank you out there, whoever did that. You are very much appreciated. I'm getting so close to 6K now. Just a couple more.
You're gonna smash it.
Yeah, hopefully.
Sorry, I had to hop onto another voice chat real quick, but here I am. I've returned to my boy Blue and Michael.
Thank you for the prodigal child returns. Perth Comics had to chime in. To me, a mixture of black and white and color looks like you run out of money to pay the colorist. Yeah, that is a problem, but you would have to be intelligent about it. You would have to make it. Integral to the story. Like I was talking about with Trolls, it's part of their personality that they get more color and they lose color and stuff. So you couldn't just do it and not mention it or not have it be involved in the story somehow. It would have to be clear.
Yeah, I think it could be a device. If you've ever seen Schindler's List, there's a very specific use of color in that movie to highlight
Yes.
certain things, and you could do something like that, and then color is fully restored at a certain point when something's resolved. It could be something to that effect, but you would have to be very deliberate about how you do it.
That it's not a Comicsgate book yet because I haven't even figured an artist out yet. I know one professional comic artist within 50 miles, and there's no way he would be right for the story. Actually, no, there are 3 within 50 miles. One of them might be right for the story. But anyway, yes, it has to do with where in the dip of the main character's life he is, and we start in the middle. My story starts when he's at his low point and decides, wait, this is wrong. I need to change what I'm doing for whatever reason. And as he improves his life, it's an all in one night story too. That then the color comes back scene by scene. So yes, the deliberate use of color to show where he is in his progress is that's not just left to accident. That's going to be blatantly laid out.
And would this be a one-off thing? Like, would it be a one-off story?
I'm
fully
considering
contained story?
Yeah, I'm considering a graphic novel story that I use alternating chapters to flash back to his descent, which leads us to the beginning of the story. And so you start at the bottom in his little trough of life. You start at the bottom and he climbs his way out, but the second chapter starts to show where he came from. And then the third chapter is back to the linear progression. And the fourth chapter shows a little more of where he came from, that type of thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Sin City, the movie, did a bit of that, didn't they? With using that stark black and white with flashes of color to delineate sort of what was happening and what kind of story they were talking about at any given time.
Yeah, I did not see that. That was during my period of absence from all culture, as I'll call it.
Yeah, it's been a long time for me, so I don't remember it perfectly. But I remember, like I said, there you go. I remember that about it. I remember the use of color and lack of color in it. So
back to Comicsgate books. Those I want to ask you when we're done getting through the rest of the tabs about your colors.
Well, I think we actually.
Yeah, I think we did a full round while I was watching.
Even though this was a late addition, it's still refreshing. No, okay, no more on. Yeah, shoot. Anything you want to ask? Hang on, I'll put on UltLucent because it's my show now. We're talking me now.
We need to talk Lucent.
We do. This is what I'm only 3 days into the campaign, and these guys the other day, like I said, they were talking about my art on their channel, specifically like critiquing it and talking about it. And I was like, oh, dudes, if you ever just call me up, I'll come on and chat to you about it. I'm totally open to it. And yes, I have a very thick skin. Feel free to point out all its little flaws and things I can do wrong, because that's the only way I'm going to improve. I even had Aaron Alfici, of all people, message me, and he said, like, are there any criticisms you have of my art? And I was like, are you talking to me? Like, dude, I'm not qualified to be able to pass judgment on your art, brother. Like, you are in a whole nother world. So, like, you've got to. It doesn't matter how good you are. You got to have an open mind and take criticism when it comes and listen to people.
Well, let's just start with this with this cover image.
Yep.
How'd you pick your palette? What was behind the blues, the greens, the gradation between, and then everything else is brown?
Let me just click to it, and I will. Yeah. So, well, first off, brown is the local color of the building. So, luckily, that is sort of harmonious with the other colors that I've picked. So, it's just like that's a bit of a happy accident in that it's a yellowy red. It jives well with her hair. The yellow sits well with the greeny yellow that's coming in from the side. Basically, what we've got going on here is I want to convey a sense of mystery and otherworldliness. I want it to feel as if you're questioning whether what's happening is real or not. and I just think this bluey, greeny palette has it's sort of become familiar in people over the last sort of 20 years, especially from cinema, as exactly that. You'll see this sort of palette in things like, well, we said like The Matrix, but also in Lord of the Rings. And I was talking to Doc Hogg just before on the stream with him, and he said, I don't know what it is, but it just feels like you're trying to sell me a mystery. You're trying to sell me something that isn't fully explained. And I said, thank you. Like that means it hit the spot, it hit the target, because that's exactly what I'm trying to convey to the viewer here. So yeah, that's it. So you've got blue coming in from one side, you got a yellow coming in from the other side. The yellow mixes with the blue to create a green. It's not something that I use very often in the interiors, just because it's very time consuming. But if ever the story calls for it, I will include it, and that's having this really like a dual color highlights. It's all metaphorical, isn't it? It's all representative of something. There's dual things happening, both on this cover and in this story. We're talking about a woman who, right up until this book, has thinks she's just leading an ordinary life, but she doesn't realize pretty much the entire world around her is set up in a way that she's completely unaware of, and it's all going to become clear to her as this story continues through the books. So yeah, I definitely think about all this stuff when I think about coloring now. I hadn't really originally when I started putting this together, but it's definitely something that I think of now. I want to convey all these messages subliminally. So this scene here, it's supposed to feel as well heightened, accentuated, exaggerated. This is the moment where it's sort of, I'm representing her taking a step. This is taking a step into the unknown. It should look beautiful but also dangerous. It should be like, something like, it's supposed to look like a painting. Like, again, you're questioning, is this real? Is this real life here? What's happening?
I love how deep the shadows are on that. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's again, something I might not always do, just because of time and everything. But with this page, it just needed to happen. This page needs to. This is introducing her as an adult. As the character, and she's the one we're going to be going on the journey with throughout the whole thing. So it had to be a bang. People are talking about EVS Wreck Planet going over 700,000. It's just insane. It's going to hit 1 million. I wonder if the virus had anything to do with slowing down or speeding up what happened with Wreck Planet. Like, it'd be interesting, because I know that online sales have actually been going up through this whole thing. Right.
So some people were saying, if it wasn't for the virus, it would have made 2 million. But I don't know. It's so unquantifiable now, and we'll never know, because we don't have an alternate universe to look at and judge against.
It may have actually canceled out, because as some people lost disposable income, other people went to other places to get their entertainment. Yeah. So you may have seen an increase from one side and a decrease from the other. But, I guess once things settle back down, if it's still in demand, we'll see if it upticks once people start to get some of their salary back. Tommy had a question for you, Michael.
Yep, I'm just reading it now. All right.
Sorry.
So we're getting into the story now. Good. All right, let me scroll down. Here we go. Where is it? Things are loading. I've got that Australian potato internet. Damon Spector and Ella Forsyth. So yes, this is not going to be a spoiler because right from the get-go, you're going to see that these two are romantically involved.
Dang it.
Right from the get-go. So yeah, there's
Well,
no.
he was trying to line himself up, Michael. You have to shadow his dreams like that. He was hoping to be drawn in there, and now you've just shadowed that for him.
Yeah, no, like it's not the kind of story where, you know, two people will meet and gradually fall in love and everything. No, I'm dropping you right into the middle of this. They will already be romantically involved, but it's not in the way that you are quite expecting. There's a very severe twist to it, and you'll see a bit of that in the first book, and then it's really going to be hitting home in the second book and moving forward. Johnny Rando's here. Oh, hail Johnny! Yeah, man, I got that too last night. I was up. I was sleeping, and then I had to wake up after a couple of hours sleep at 1 o'clock to go on to Doc Hogg's show. When I say have to, I mean I wanted to. I mean I enjoyed doing it. But then once you're up and you've been talking comics and Comicsgate, you don't really want to go back to sleep. You want to just you want to stay in the mix. So
like I said, some of this stuff's been rattling around my head all weekend. So I'm glad you're streaming.
Yeah. Well, I'm
back home.
Just be doing it every day because I'm exactly like you. I have this stuff; it just gets in my head, and it's like a worm, and you just want to get it out. And it's I always felt like I've got things to say, and but it takes a bit of a leap to actually start a channel and get out there and say it, and get some of that feedback. So yeah, thanks for showing up, Johnny. Hail. Hope he is tall. Is he tall? He's taller than her. I wouldn't say he's gargantuan, but he's as physicality wise, he's a tall, young, well-built man. I'm of the persuasion, like I think most of Comicsgate, that characters should be at least, even if they're not in the superhero genre, at least be aspirational in the sense of how they look, and we all want to look at beautiful people and all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, these two have a relationship ahead of them. It's going to be rocky because just the situation that she is going to find herself in. Well, they're both going to find themselves in a situation. We're going to be following the two of these characters for a while as the books go forward. She's, like I've said before, she's the Luke Skywalker in this story. She's the Harry Potter. She's the Alice in Alice in Wonderland. She's not going to know at the start what the hell is going on. We're going to see this crazy world that I've constructed for you guys through her eyes. So yeah, she'll have a lot of questions, and Damon will be there to answer some of them. But he's a bit of an aloof guy. He talks in riddles sometimes to Ella's constant frustration, and he's got his own motivations, his own agenda, for want of a better word, and it's going to frustrate her, and it's going to, maybe he's going to enjoy it a bit too much that he's frustrating her, but it is what it is. These are their own people. Hey, Replicator's here. Hey, Rob, how you going?
Hail, Rob.
I don't know what you're doing right now, Rob, but
Hello,
you can
Rob.
come onto the chat if you want. I'll just post the link in.
Yeah, we're starting to get a little stale. We need your help, Rob.
Rob's great.
Oh, earlier, while you're getting Rob that link, he did use those cartons you showed earlier. Right when I popped in, you were showing off these cartons that you're going to use instead of the Gemini mailers. Yes, I got the first 2 issues of Replicator from a previous campaign, and they came in those things. They did suffer just a touch on one corner in the mail. They were more pristine. Somehow, international mail was more pristine than just in the U.S. I think someone in my town who works for the post office doesn't like me and knows my name. So most of the Geminis that I get, it looks like somebody tried. They don't succeed, but they try to damage it. That A4 size carton you have for the the book that you're going to use, they work well. Just so that I'm saying this so that your customers don't have to be afraid.
Oh, good. Yeah. Rob really has been a huge help for me because he's done all this before, and we chat in DMs and stuff, and he's been pretty much from the get-go. He's been a huge help, giving me all kinds of advice. He put me onto those boxes. Yeah, as well. I agree. You get that A4 size, it keeps the book kind of safe in the middle, and then I think it was Arch who mentioned earlier, like just. Well, because I'm going to have a backing board in there as well, just for extra kind of non-bendability, but to watch out for chafing on the book. So I definitely will I'm going to make sure the book comes in as pristine a condition as possible. Yeah, we are limited in our options, eh? Yeah, we're spoiled in some ways and limited in other ways, but that's just the way life is. Tommy had a comment earlier. It's good to have bad boy for the ladies. Yeah. Ella is not. Ella's a good girl. Like she is. She has kind of sacrificed a lot to look after her grandfather. She just holds down a pretty mundane job. She does what she's told. That's why, like it says that she's suppressed a little bit. Like who she actually is on the inside is definitely suppressed, how she is now, and when that all comes out, it's going to come out in a bang, and I hope you guys are going to enjoy that, and it's going to come out in progressive bangs. It's going to be getting bigger and bigger as it goes, and Damon is he is a bad boy. Like he has zero respect for authority in any way, and he just kind of does what he wants when he wants it, and no one can really stop him. That's just the nature of who he is. He's that's why I said that he's ephemeral. He comes and goes as he pleases, and that's it creates an interesting dichotomy, an interesting relationship between the two of them. I don't know if I've chatted much about these other guys.
Leaving it mysterious, right?
What's that?
Leaving it mysterious, right?
Yeah. You want to kind of you want to tell the story, you want to sell the characters, but you don't want to give too much away because there's a huge. I love the mystery. When I watched say something like The Matrix, as much as I love that movie, they kind of give it all away straight away, and then you're just sort of left there to watch an action movie. I would have preferred if it was all left a bit more mysterious, like why is it happening, who's doing it, and you gradually get to kind of see it play out that way. But I understand, especially with new properties, people they don't know these guys, they don't know why they should be getting invested in what they're doing. So I guess that's what the art is for, kind of like they look cool at least, when this guy's beating that guy's head in with a cool pipe, he does it with panache, he does it with flair and passion. So Rob's asked, not sure if I'm serious or not. I was serious about what? I don't know what I was saying.
He was talking to me.
Oh, okay.
Because he said I'm cool. And I said, you're the coolest. He said, oh, I'm not sure if you're serious. I said, of course I am.
Yeah, man.
Rob's awesome.
Cool. Rob's a bit of a mystery to me. He's an enigma. I don't know where he came from. I don't know what his deal is, but he just came on and just kicked ass. And his book looks amazing. I can't wait to read it. Yeah,
I think the quality of his project speaks for itself. So, cheers to you, Rob.
I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna bring up his what's it called? Where is it? Make a new thing, Indiegogo. Let's have a look.
Yeah, get rid of that Zach nonsense. Let's get Rob up there.
Well, first of all, this is my you're gonna see what I've been buying. Let's get off that. Okay. Right. So what have we got here? So we've got that's his actual book. Replicator Remastered, and it is still it's in demand, yeah, Rob. Yeah, it's still going. You can still get it. It's just ticking up. Hope that's going well for you. You guys would make me blush if I had emotions. See, that's what I'm talking about. You're a mystery.
He does seem to be rather stoic most of the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, he was built as a cyborg to infiltrate Comicsgate and show everybody how it's really supposed to be done.
Yeah, and he does these really cool videos where he like lets you in on how to basically succeed at this. Like when I was doing I was building my campaign, I had his documents up next to me and I was just ticking things off, making sure that I kind of followed his suggestions, because he's been there and he's done it and he's giving us the inside scoop. So you'd be stupid not to take advantage of that. So yeah, and but yeah, like he just kind of came out of nowhere. He's like getting on Ethan's shows. He's just getting himself out there, and everyone likes him. And he's a stoic guy, but then he'll just appear on a stream with a silly party hat and a weird tie. He's just, what's going on here? So yeah, that's his. In case anyone hasn't seen it yet, I'm sure you all have.
Tommy's saying in the chat, there's so many campaigns. That's true.
There are so many campaigns.
There are. It's going amazeballs. Hell, the Replicator, says Smilingbandito. Another great CG talent. This book looks like it could be a movie. Hell yeah. I'd watch that. And people will be extra interested in it as well, because they're like, hey, I kind of lived this. And imagine
it's topical.
Yeah. I remember this. Imagine if it got this far. Maybe it could get this far next time.
See, your boy Zach actually copied Rob when he did Pandemic, right?
That's right. That's right.
Rob was already there.
How do I find the I'm going to go back. Close this. How do I find the I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. Okay,
I'm telling you, if there was an Aussie bundle for international buyers, I would sign up for that. Put them all in one box.
People are talking about that. Someone smart is going to figure it all out, and it's just going to go. It's just going to go. He's the greatest showman. Yeah, well, you're the new Hugh Grant. It's Hugh Grant. Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman. You're the man who can do everything. Another great Aussie. Looking through Rob and Adam P stuff. Yeah, Adam Post. You know what I say about Post? I don't know if I coined this or I just heard it and now I subconsciously think that I say it, that I invented it. I say, when it comes to Adam Post, his tagline is "The Postman always delivers," and he does great videos. He talks about Comicsgate. I've been chatting with him a bit as well, and he's been giving me a lot of good advice. I hope to get on his show at some point in the near future. He's a busy man. He's got a lot of stuff going on. But this is Replicator 3, so Rob is taking emails right now. So if anyone hasn't got onto this, get onto it, because like I always say, it doesn't cost you anything, and look what you will be signing up to.
Where's the link?
Yeah, okay.
I'll get it. I'll find it.
I'm a one-man wrench show, so
I'll find it
eventually. No, I'll put it in there. It's in there. So yeah, there it goes. Replicator 3. I don't know when it's coming out, but we know Rob is another man who delivers. He's delivered many, many times. So he's look at this. You got Rob Arnold cover, colored by Carl Ritter, and he's got these two guys here, William War Rays and Jimmy Rays. And I don't know if you know anything about those guys. They're friggin' amazing. So. I found out that they're not brothers, and I was disappointed. I was like imagining like these two, like just growing up together, trying to outdo each other on their art, and then eventually, taking over the inking and penciling world. But sadly, no, I don't even know if they're in the same country. So yeah, that's Replicator. Well, we'll talk about anyone on this stream. This is Comicsgate Corner. this is always like I always still put up Comicsgate Corner. I always hope that one day in the future it would be a bit of a big thing that people would want to come onto and shill their books on. So I'm more than happy to do that. And this is the first ever live stream version of it. Usually, I'll just go into my little cottage here and record and hope not to stutter and stammer too much, and then pop it out on the internet, and hopefully 50 people will watch it. I've got more subscribers now, so hopefully you got a few more eyeballs on your stuff. But I am going to go back to TheLucent because that's my book, and I get the final say in that sort of stuff.
Rob's such a showstopper when he comes in here. We just have to stop
Yeah,
everything
man,
and talk
name.
about him. Yeah,
He's a big name. You got to do that sort of stuff.
take your licks, Rob, and like it.
Yeah,
Okay,
man, come on. The more the merrier.
One thing about Rob was the day, I think it was the show. I don't watch War Campaign. Nothing against them. It's just I have a life and a job and all the other streams I'm already on.
You don't have to qualify what shows you do or don't watch.
Okay, that's one of my. I got upset. I got upset publicly with somebody, which is always bad, because I got tired of the infighting and I decided to address one person at a time. And I said, why? What is this doing? If a new fan comes along and says, because I make reviews. I'm supposed to be making one right now, and I'm not. I'm supposed to be reviewing a Chateau Obsidian, which is a Comicsgate book. But if you all are infighting, and here comes somebody who's brand new and says, "Oh, Comicsgate," and they see all this infighting, what does that do to the newbie who might have actually liked your books? And it just alienates. And so I didn't put it clearly at all at first, but somebody questioned me on it, and I was able to express it better. Anyway, so. Nothing against War Campaign in terms of what they were doing, but after Rob was on War Campaign, I actually got around to watching it a couple days later, which was the day that Ethan launched Wrecked Planet, and I swore it was hilarious to him. I'll never forget the phrase, "your nagging trickery," which is what he called them when they're trying to get him to show off his nipples. It's like that. He now has the title. I gave it to him. Nobody cared because nobody reads my tweets. And he is the man's man of Comicsgate because he resisted all of it for an hour and then just moved on with life. It was beautiful. So thank you for existing.
Yeah, I'm never going to forget watching that. It was a thing to watch live because, I had no idea where it was going to go and if it was going to go south or anything. But yeah, they railed on him hard, and those guys, if you don't know their humor, it can be a bit discombobulating. But it was full on. And he said if you ever go on War Campaign, make sure you get a few streams under your belt first because those guys are going to pummel you and they're going to push you.
Go there, aren't you?
I don't know. I haven't been in touch with anyone. I don't think any of those guys follow me. I follow Gat, and he follows me back. But yeah, I mean, I'll definitely go on there.
Yeah, they had a show tonight. They highlighted someone. Had a book called Unstitched, I believe it was called. I was in and out of it because I was on the road, but
sounds familiar. Yeah.
Oh, I think that's Stitch, which is by that really exuberant woman.
No, that's Skits. That's Skits.
Skits. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's a different one. Yeah, no, she's got they have a lot of parallels with what I'm doing. It's cool that their comic as well as delves with lucid dreaming and the dream world and all that sort of stuff. But they've gone in a completely other direction. So you can start with these really cool premises and end up with really really divergent end results. And no, that's I do. Unstitched does sound familiar though. What is that noise? Can anyone hear that?
There's a helicopter going by my house.
The music. Oh, it could be that. Yeah. I had a plane fly over my house the other day, and so I was like, what the hell is that? I didn't realize anyone could hear it.
It's probably going to the hospital.
Yeah. So what were we talking about? We were talking about something.
Rob.
Yeah. Yeah. Rob on War Campaign. It was it was a sight to behold. And I don't know. See, if you're trying to, what would you say, disagree with people on Twitter, I just wouldn't.
Nope.
I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, I know exactly what you say, like about the person who you know, he's new to Comicsgate and sees all these amazing projects, and then so I'm going to follow these couple of these guys on Twitter, and it's all just like F you and you did this and you did that, and it's just nonstop fighting. It's definitely not a good look. But I just have a policy. I just follow Carlo Rowe, his policy on Twitter, which is shut the fuck up, post cool shit, profit. And I'm more than happy to chat things out on YouTube face to face. I just think Twitter just people like we were saying earlier. I was saying with Poland, like people will make the most uncharitable interpretation possible of whatever you have to say. So I just try not to. You know, if someone says something, just try not to engage in it. But if I really, and I think like you're saying, like you want to help by saying like, what is this helping, guys? I would just avoid doing that on Twitter, because it really does bring out the worst of us. Even the best of us, it brings out the worst of us.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm rather grateful for the one fellow who questioned me to let me to get me to say clearly what I really meant, and then he said, you know, I see where you're coming from, and that wasn't even the person I was addressing, but this other person said that much, and you know, and I just dropped it after that. I said no more, because now I'm part of the infighting. I don't need that. That doesn't help anybody.
It drags you into it, and it you know, and then people might just have a kind of a bad taste in their mouth about you. And because you've got an avatar there, you know, it kind of that visual thing just sticks in their head, and they might like think they just have a bad idea of you, and it's all just, I don't know, the whole thing is set up for conflict. The whole system of Twitter, and I still do love Twitter, but you got to know how to use it, and you've got to almost stay positive in a way that may not be like I'm not saying it's not genuine. It's just it's Twitter genuine. Like every time I say thank you and oh my god, I love this art and wow, this is crazy, I'm being 100% truthful. But I'm also being, you know, I kind of cutting out that part of myself that might want to have a disagreement with someone. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, because I absolutely have had disagreements with people on Twitter, and they just go nowhere, and they don't solve anything. And you know, even some people, sometimes you're right, sometimes you start off right, and the other person is wrong, and then you end up in the wrong, and the other person is right, because it's just pulling people in weird directions. And as well, it's a conversation that you have absolutely no control over. So you know, you can say the most innocuous thing on Twitter, and you know, you have no control over where that conversation heads. And you know, you can mute it yourself and not, you know, hear about it again, but other people are going to see it, and they're going to see that you're sort of quasi involved in it, or at least they're going to go back to the top of the thread and find out that you started it, and maybe that might cause some more consternation in the future. Whereas if you're on YouTube or whatever, you know, you can talk to someone face to face. You don't have to let the chat get involved if you don't want to. I always think it's a good thing too, but you know, you can kind of drive that train, and as well, and this is natural. We're just having natural conversation here, back and forth.
Right. I think as long as no one is under the impression that anyone's trying to shut down conversation or feedback or critique, I think that's what's important. But I think for at least creators, what Blue's saying has a lot of merit, especially on Twitter. Use your Twitter for promotion, and then if something comes up, you know, try and address it on a stream where people can hear your tone. You can address them directly, or you know, through some type of back channel like email or something like that. But there definitely needs to be lines of communication. I think that's one of the main tenets of why a lot of people are here.
Yeah,
being able to have access.
Thanks everyone in the chat who's saying that stuff. Chaotic Neutral, Comics, Hail, how are you guys? It always blows my mind how combative EVS is on Twitter. Like you know, sometimes I get a little bit of, you know, I'm a nobody compared to him, but like I'll get a little taste of what the really like, you know, we know who they are, the antis and the SJWs, what they can dish out if they want to. And you know, he seems to like go out and like, you know, search for it, because obviously they come to him and he punches back. And yeah, man, the kind of vitriol he must get back, it must eat on him, because we're all human.
Exactly.
If people like, I woke up this morning, had a bowl of cornflakes, and I ate it over someone calling me the biggest scumbag in CG, over something that I thought was a pretty innocuous joke. So Ethan must be getting that 1,000 times a day, every day for the last 3 years. And not only that, but they they write articles about him on mainstream publications. So yeah, the fact that he actually goes out there and yells at these guys, that just blows my mind. Like he has like a skin like a crocodile. Nothing can get to him.
Yeah, he always has his targets pointed outwards, though. A lot of this stuff recently has been a lot of a circle firing squad.
Yeah, whenever I'm unsure of a situation, it's always good to just hold your tongue for a little bit and wait and see what Ethan thinks of it, because he's been there and he's done it, and he has that level-headed way of putting things that you might just at least, like, I'm not saying like just follow what Ethan says. I'm saying just wait to see what he thinks about it, and then you might get a perspective that you hadn't thought of. And he's been right so often, and he wins. And just like Replicator says here, he's the best promoter in comics. Not only is he the best promoter in comics, he's one of the best promoters in the world. Like he took what Zach started and turned it into what we have now, which is anyone who tried to release independent comic books before this will know, like, this is unprecedented in so many ways. So yeah, and he keeps going. Like,
right.
He took all of the lessons that he learned in Blood Honey, which were numerous. He had a lot of big high profile problems with that campaign. Not only did he fix them, but he just added such amazing things onto it. And like the honeycomb box and the Ides of March 24-hour thing. Like I credit my first day success to Ethan Van Sciver, because I just copied his thing. I said, I'm going to release like an extra thing that you get on the first day, and you back on that first day, and you'll get it, and after that you won't be able to get it. And that's just because he knows the algorithm. He knows you get that big strong start, and that just shoots you up, and you'll be in the trending section. They'll put you in a featured section because now it says your comic book is 200% funded or whatever. Yeah, he's figured it out, and he keeps going too. So yeah, maybe we should start like a movement. Like, what would Ethan do?
Wristbands. We need wristbands that say what would Ethan do. Yeah,
he has a good perspective. I mean, you don't want to follow him just blindly, but
no,
it's always good to see.
I'm not saying follow people blindly. I'm saying, if you're a hot-headed kind of person and maybe you don't have all the information, it's always good practice to just sit back for a while and see what someone who has navigated these waters successfully for 3 years and made a lot of money out of doing that. What his take is on it. And you may completely disagree. You may think, oh, Ethan's wrong this time, because Ethan has been wrong. He's been wrong plenty of times. But he figures it out. He does it in a way that's genuine. He is himself on out when he gets out there. So everyone kind of sees that. Like if he screws up, he'll say it and he'll come out with it, like he did with the coins. That wasn't his fault. But he's ultimately responsible for it, and he owned up, and he made it all right, and it's no problem. You just move forward with that sort of stuff.
And there was a time when Ethan started a different YouTube channel. I think it was just All Caps Comics or something, and he said he was no longer Comicsgate, but he changed on that real fast. That was way back.
Yeah, and it's funny because like when he first said that, when I saw the title of that video, and I thought, oh, that doesn't sound good. And then I watched it. He did explain it in a way that I completely understood. I completely understood where he was coming from, even though I didn't agree with his conclusion. He made it. I could tell like he was being genuine in what he was saying. And but yeah, I'm very glad that he came back on that. But he said lots of stuff that I don't agree with, and he's changed on a lot of those stuff too, because I think a lot of people have given their voiced their opinions back to him. Like, I don't agree with when he says, like, we don't want any politics. He used to say we don't want any political stories stories or politics in our comics, and I just never agreed with that. I think it's good, done well. Political themes and touching on even social issues is very welcome in comics and can work really well. It's never about that for me. It's about are you selling me a story, or are you trying to convince me of your ideology with kind of a subversive propaganda? Like there's a big difference there. Like this is one of my favorite stories of all time, V for Vendetta. I talk about this book all the time in case you haven't noticed. It's political, but you can be on the right or the left or in the middle. You can be super political or apolitical, and you can still get a great story from this because it was written to be a story. It wasn't written to convince you to be a communist or an anarchist or anything. And it's really funny when people who are anarchists and whatever or communists like say, no, you have to be a communist to like something like this. It's like, get out of here. These people knew how to write, not like today's guys.
Tommy, by strawman, do you mean people are putting up facades? Because usually when I think of a strawman, I think of a arguing against a fake argument, like misrepresenting your position. But it seems like in that message Michael just highlighted, you're talking about facades, like people putting up a facade.
It's a straw man argument is misrepresenting the other person's position. You create a straw man out of theirs, not misrepresenting your own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're referring to here, but yeah, we all know what a straw man is. Something that someone constructs something that they can fight really easily. Yeah,
and I think Poland there. Should I call you Poland?
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. I think what Poland there is pointing out is that by straw man in this case, he's misusing the term, but we understand what he means, and that's putting up a fake public persona just to get sales in Comicsgate. That's all.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have been burned by that, over the last couple of years.
Rob's got a question. Actually, I'll bring him on stream so we can chat about it. Rob, how you going?
Good, mate. How are you? Sorry, this is my kid in the background.
That's all right. That's all right.
Hell, Rob.
You're at home. Yeah, you're looking after your daughter, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. That's my full-time job. My day job. And comics is everything outside of that. So yeah, it's cool, man.
Rob, did you tell your daughter that you're the coolest?
I think she thinks I'm pretty cool, which is cool. I like that. She's a cool kid.
How old?
She's just turned 3.
Oh wow!
So she hasn't delved into Replicator quite yet.
Oh no, man! That's gonna be 15 plus, I think. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw you had a question here. What did Liam do?
Well,
Liam is Liam, and he's going to always be Liam. What happened was we were on a stream, and I think Oz just mentioned the Jawbreakers has gone live. So we're like, yeah, let's check it out. So we were checking it out, loving the artwork and everything. And when it came to the team, Liam saw that someone called Sashi was in the team. I'm familiar with this because I've bought all of Zach's books, and I will continue to. And yeah, she's always been part of that team since the get-go, I believe. He was really confused because he thought she's anti-Comicsgate, and the whole big discussion came up out of that. So that's sort of what happened, as far as I'm aware. I don't know what he's done since or anything, but that's all I know of it. That's all I'm involved with.
From my really limited knowledge of it, I think that the colorist, if that's who you're talking about, no,
it's not the colorist. It's the pinup person.
She just does the pinups for him. Yeah, just
the pinups. Like it's a separate thing. It's not part of the book. It's just a pinup, like a pinup poster. It's a 4 gatefold. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What's your understanding?
Oh, I was just going to say that I think lots of people didn't want to work with him, obviously, and that's changed a lot now, without really saying anything about it. So, yeah. I haven't seen this pinup person. Who are they?
It's a woman. The the colorist, Color Channel, we don't know who that is. That's just either it's a pseudonym or it's the business name. Maybe it's a company. But yeah, that I do believe, if that's what you're talking about, yeah, like people didn't want to work with Zach, so they're called Color Channel. I don't know anything more than that. But the pinup person was what sort of started the whole kerfuffle with Liam on his stream. And I was there and I was watching. I was just kind of holding my tongue. Didn't really want to get involved. But there's a lot of heated discussion going on in his chat. I mean, that's sort of the people who come to his show, you know, they have really strong opinions, and there were really differing opinions too. Like there was a little bit of argument back and forth, but I don't know. It is what it is. I don't know. I'm gonna be back in the book. You know, I can't. I like Tom Cruise movies as well, but I couldn't be further away from Tom Cruise in terms of, you know, being a Scientologist. I don't know. Everyone has their own opinions. Everyone is entitled to their own opinions, and in Comicsgate, everyone can voice their opinions. And that's just the way I see it.
Yeah, I know that. You know, Vinny T said that.
There you go. Chaotic Neutral says she's a South African chick, Sashi. She's not the devil, but she is edgy, gets under people's skin, hangs around anti-CG peeps, and that makes people nervous. My 2 cents. Yeah, well, guilt by association is so tiresome. Yeah, someone mentioned on his stream, you know, like, how would you feel if Mike Miller was on a CG book? Well, Mike Miller is on a bunch of CG books. He's done covers for a bunch of them. So, you know, I don't see anyone going after them. So I don't know. I mean,
that may just be because some of those covers were done before everything with Mr. Miller fell apart.
Maybe, probably, yeah. I don't know.
And some of the controversy the other morning with Liam questioning Sashi was just so many people having 2 cents of the story to put in there, but not everybody having the whole story.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way to me. Like when I was on stream, I didn't want to say anything because one, I have a policy that I don't want to say anything bad against virtually anyone ever, because I don't want to go onto the internet and just talk trash on people, even if they're talking trash on me. It's just not something I'm interested in doing, and especially when I don't have all the facts. And it looked like that was a lot of that going on. Like there were people in that chat saying, "You're all wrong. It's all, it's all lies and rumors that have been over exaggerated." And then other people saying, "No, she's done this. We have receipts." And yeah, so I was just basically trying to stay out of it. I don't know.
It's like they say, it's not my circus.
That's right. I don't know why I would get involved in any of that. It's got nothing to do with me. It's got nothing to do with what I'm trying to do. It's got nothing to do with my book. Whether or not she works with Zach and Zach works with her is between her and Zach. This is Comicsgate. Comicsgate is the fans. Comicsgate is the consumers, and they will decide with their wallets. And that's all. That's pretty much all I have to say on it. But yeah, Rob.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just typing. Yeah. Like, I don't mind drama. That's fine. I just don't like drama when it's inside CG and people are yelling at each other. I don't think it's a good look for us, and I much prefer it not happening.
Yeah,
that's my thoughts.
There does have to be a line somewhere because, you know, Pellegrini, the old writer for Red Rooster, you know, Ethan was pretty perturbed by some of the comments he had made about him at a certain point, and wasn't happy about him being on that book. Now, I've heard that his stuff has been rewritten since, but, you know, obviously there is some type of line there where it's like, okay, now this is a problem. You know, maybe it's tangential enough that she's just a pinup artist that doesn't bother some people, but I think if it bothers, you know, folks, they're allowed to say that it does.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If that's what Comicsgate, you know, that's how we all got into this whole thing. We wanted to be able to, you know, speak our piece and say our opinions, and everyone definitely should be able to. I agree with, you know, everyone there, and I agree with you, Rob, especially that the infighting and the yelling at each other, it gets out of hand. It doesn't help anyone.
it's just not a good look. Like,
No.
you know, I'm happy for people to hate each other if that's how they feel. Just sort it out behind closed doors. That's what I reckon. But that's just how I feel.
And Spirit Car says it's sad to see Liam behave like that. He was painting her to be the devil, providing no evidence of the associations. Yeah, I don't know. All I saw was he was questioning it. Like, I think he said, yeah, he could be completely wrong. It's up to. I'm not going to police Liam, of course. You know, he can say whatever he wants to say. But yeah, I didn't see him going after her. I mean, I guess he was just sort of reiterating what he'd heard, and that's just Liam, though. You know, that's how he talks. And you can either listen to him or not.
In fairness, he did extend the offer for her to come on, and she declined. You know, to tell her side of it. Now, you know, you could see that as a setup, but, you know, I think Liam's a pretty reasonable and earnest guy, at least in my interactions with him. So
yeah,
he did extend that.
But yeah, no, I can also understand from her point of view, like, you know, she's not going to want to come onto the show and defend herself. It's not her responsibility to defend herself against allegations made against her, you know. But again, I don't really know. I didn't really know anything about this person other than I remember back in 2017 hearing Zach talk about her, you know, because there was that joke that it was the Sashi Zashi kind of, you know, thing. And it is what it is. I don't know.
Now, when it comes to this public fighting and public persona, whom would I rather buy a book for based on their public persona? Ella Forsyth, or what is his name? How do you say that?
It's French.
I took French, and I still can't make it.
It's
Le Maréchal.
My accent is horrible, but Le Maréchal.
Le Maréchal.
It means the marshal. So like a field marshal. This is or a 5-star general. This guy is the top of the top. Like he's leading the group according to his name. Now, keep in mind, his name is self-appointed too. So it'll give you a little bit of an idea of his kind of personality and character.
See, I'd rather buy a book from Ella, but you know, that's just me.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, she's in there, so she's the main character.
Let's talk something positive here. Let's talk about your campaign, man. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going great. Like I said, I got that big push on the first day because I followed EVS's idea of having that 24-hour offering, and I think that's what got me. I think I ended up getting like 105 or 102. What's that say? Can anyone hear that?
Oh,
yeah, it's
crap.
Blue Samurai.
Sorry, I forgot to mute.
He's like doing some rice shaking or something.
I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah, so I got like 102 or so backers, which is, I mean, I don't know, if you had to ask me that day before I launched, you know, I would have been over the moon with 25. So I was shocked more than anything else for a good long time there. And they've just sort of been steadily coming in. I've been getting myself out there onto some streams. We've got some other streams lined up, and it's going amazingly.
You know, speaking of positivity, Rob, you know, you said that you would give a digital hug and a high five to the 50th backer. Do you know who that is?
Who?
It's me.
Oh,
I was
there
number
you go. enjoy a warm embrace through the computer.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I can already feel it.
He doesn't give that away to anyone.
High five too.
Yes. Bam. There it is.
Yeah, and I'll tell you. Let me just scroll down here. So it looks like, you know, like it says, I've only done 4 of the signed book and head sketch, and 4 of the 0 of this one, which is the kind of everything. But I've got those in secret perks for the people who got onto the mailing list. They get a discount by getting that link, and I've sold a bunch of them through that. So that was I watched your video just the other just you put out, you know, like having a few more expensive items in there to get those average sales numbers up.
It
they've really helped me, I think, like get to this number. Like I'm closing in on 6,000 now in 3 days, which is just, you had said that to me 6 months ago, I would have laughed in your face.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, I'm assuming you're talking about the last video I did, and
yes,
like behind the stats, that kind of stuff.
That one, yeah.
And just it amazes me how much people don't look at it. But it's really important because you need to figure out where your campaign's going right and where your campaign's going wrong. I'd be interested to see your stats, man, because you must be either converting really highly or you're getting a pretty good amount of people to your page already. So
yeah, it's converting high. I mean, obviously it's the first day and I had that big push, so I'd say it's converting high at the moment. I mean,
yeah, awesome.
It's slowing down, but it's like you were saying, up 5.5% is good. I think it's on 13%.
Yeah, that's sick. That's really good, and it's going to drop because everyone.
Yep.
You expect everyone to go there on the first day and back, so it's going to be a really high conversion, and it'll drop down. But hopefully, if you can keep that higher than 5 or 6%, like the higher you keep that number, the more people you're going to get as backers. So
yeah, really cool. That's kind of what I'm focusing on. So like I told you in a chat, I took the week off so I can just get on as many streams as possible. I'm just like messaging people, putting my name in the hat, and trying to get on whenever I can. And I just wanted, like, if anyone says, "Oh, can you come on this time?" At least for this first week, I can say, "Yeah, whenever." Whenever it is, I'll make time. I'll wake up like I did last night in the middle of the night to go onto Doc Hogg's show, and just get out to meet some other people who may not have seen the campaign yet.
Yeah, you should come on Clayton's show.
I am tomorrow.
Oh, you're going on tomorrow? Sweet, there you go.
Yeah. He changed his schedule for me. That's how nice of a guy he is.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Wow.
Yeah. It's an interesting game here. I was talking to Optimus Deadpool in the kind of, what do you call it, the green room, the back room of the live stream, and he was saying, yeah, like you've stepped into a whole new world here, and your life is going to be different going forward. And I was still in a daze. I was like, really? I was like, yeah, it really. I feel like 3 days ago, this feels like a lifetime ago right now. It's all just
like, man, I did Kickstarters before I joined Comicsgate, and it was a grind. Like, it was hard, and it didn't make much money. Like, I nearly pulled the pin at some stage. And ever since I joined Comicsgate, it's completely different. It's like night and day. It's amazing.
And that's what I was saying. That's why you're a man of mystery. You just kind of came out of nowhere. But yeah, you had that background. You've had that. What you're doing in terms of crowdfunding. And you had a resistance training because you were trying to push water uphill on Kickstarter. So now it's
yeah. I mean, I think Kickstarter is better for you than Indiegogo if you're not Comicsgate. But if you're Comicsgate, I mean, Indiegogo is just ridiculously good.
Yeah, and we've seen that. What's his face? Cody Fernandez, who does Jack Iron. So he's not CG, but he's not SJW. He's just a normal dude trying to put out a book. He's just trying to stay, independent, just himself. And he's on Indiegogo. And for the quality of his book, I mean, we're talking amazing art and a really good story, a really unique story. He's got like kind of a space cowboy kind of thing going on. It's really cool. Yeah,
Clayton and I did a backer snobs on it.
Yeah. Well, there were some problems with his campaign page. But even that being said, the fact that it came down to the wire for him to get funded, it was a real grind for him because he isn't CG, and but he got there in the end, thankfully. I think more than anything, like I backed him because I've read his previous book, so I know what I'm invested in the story and I know what I'm going to get. But if someone just kind of stumbled across that page, that campaign page, and they didn't see any new art, like he didn't actually show any of the art from the third issue upcoming until really late in the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, his campaign page was a mess to me. Like, his art was like a 9 or a 10 out of 10 in my opinion, but his page was like a 1 or a 2. Like, I by the time I got down to finishing it all, I was switched off, man. I didn't want to even buy it anymore, so I didn't. And yeah, I mean, that's something everyone can learn. You just got to keep it really simple and short. You don't want to overwhelm people with too much information.
That's right. That's right. And like people, this is all this stuff we've figured out. We've figured out. Well, not we. I see. Like we as in Comicsgate. The people who've been there before have figured all this stuff out, gone through all the issues, learnt so much, and now that wisdom is out there, and all you have to do is snatch it and take it. I remember that. Actually, I should animate this. This is something that I should animate. There was Ethan chatting with Zach, and they were talking about how Comicsgate is a pile of money in the middle of a field, and all you have to do is go out there and grab it. That's all you have to do. There's nothing else. Like these guys have cleared the way. At first there was a few bushes and shrubs and thorny things in your way. But they've cleared it all out now. The method is there, the system is there. All you have to do is just go out and grab it. And people don't want to because they don't want the label, or they don't want this or that. And it just blows my mind because I'm a bit of a new test case now. So, there was Clint Stoker. There was other guys like Wanger and Narwhal, and guys who have just you build a platform, you build a channel, you get your stuff out there, you promote it as much as you can, you make connections. Like, how did I meet Rob? I saw he had a cool book. I thought, wow, that is an awesome character. He's got it there on his avatar, Ghost. I want to draw that. I'm going to draw that for this guy, and just make a connection. And we've been chatting ever since. Yeah, and you just do that over and over and over again until you made enough connections. And you've got enough people they even if they don't really know who you are and what you're doing, they kind of recognize your name a bit. Like you make those connections, you build those bridges, and you have a clear path out to that cache sitting in the middle of the field. And
I feel like people's finally starting to know who I am, which is a nice it's a nice feeling. And Comicsgate fans are the best fans, man. They spend money. They make things happen for you. They make your dreams come true.
Yeah, dude. Absolutely. Not only that, but they really invested in what you're doing. They care about it. They're interested in it. Like, I have never, ever had people, come to me and ask me about my art, and they're interested in what's going on here. What about these colors? Samurai just earlier was interested in hearing about how I chose the colors for the cover, and I was saying earlier, a bunch of guys were spent half an hour looking through my campaign, looking at the art and critiquing it and going through it, and I was like, man, I never had this before. This sort of stuff is invaluable, and the CG fans are. The reason why they're CG is because they're so passionate and they're so enthused, and they're just hungry for good books.
In the past, I've had people that have been really invested in seeing me succeed, but as a group of people, I've never felt this before. Like, a whole group of people want to see me and others in Comicsgate succeed, and it's a crazy feeling. It feels great.
Yeah, and I've heard, I haven't heard my name come out of Ethan Van Sciver's mouth so many times in the last week. And that's always surreal to me. Like, you watch a guy for years and years, and then all of a sudden he's like reading your name on a thing, and it's not just because you sent him a super chat. It's really cool.
He's a good dude, man. Like, I think he goes through periods of where he just gets scared of being burned by people, and he maybe retreats a little bit into his shell, and then he comes out again, and he just goes through waves. But
I don't understand how he does what he does. Like I was saying earlier, like the slings and arrows.
Yeah, we were discussing that earlier about him.
I mean, I don't know. I told a story earlier where I woke up. You may have heard. I woke up and someone sent me a message saying. Actually, he's in the chat now. He sent me a message saying, there's a bunch of antis hanging shit on you. And I go click on it, and some of them are calling me like the worst scumbag ever in CG. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. That's a nice thing to eat your cornflakes over. But Ethan must get that 100 million times, a month.
Yeah, well,
So,
I mean, like they actively tried to ruin his career, like stop him putting food on his table.
yeah.
And now they reach out to him, with an olive branch to be like, yeah, nah, I'm good, thanks. It's just crazy to me.
It's crazy that they think he would have any, like they have zero leverage, zero. Like, he has everything he wants and they have nothing he wants. And this is not a good spot to start a negotiation in.
Yeah, like, I say to myself that like I could have an argument with Ethan where I was 100% right, and I still reckon I would lose the argument to him. He's just so naturally charismatic, and he's on.
That's why he has 130,000 subs.
Yeah.
I've heard Ethan say things that I let's say partially disagree with but I'm also listening to Malin separately say something, or I can't think of whoever else out there I listen to, but I wish people could get out of their own thinking, and even if you disagree with who expert X is, because maybe you think he doesn't have the whole story or whatever, and just be able to take it in and say, okay, and then let it percolate for a few days, and it might affect you, it might not, but hey, just because I disagree with somebody doesn't mean I need to go blazing at them on Twitter.
Yep. Smilingbandito says something cool. I constantly get that I'm typical CG. I'll know I've made it when someone claims I'm the worst thing in CG. I'm trying. Yeah, man. Yeah, like that's how you got to take it. It's like shit. If the antis are saying I'm the scummiest, I did the scummiest thing that they've ever seen Comicsgate do, then I must be doing something okay, because I'm kind of getting noticed now.
Yeah, and like what they say just loses all impact after a while because it's just so stupid.
Yeah, I don't know if you know what I did, but I made a joke. There's a really cool guy on the streams here called Matt. He does amazing impersonations. He did an amazing impersonation of Stan Lee for me because I reached a certain goal.
Yeah, I saw that. That was cool. I liked it.
It was just a joke. It was a joke, and I made a point that it was a joke because I put the thing at the end with this from The Simpsons that said dramatization may not have happened. And it was just a silly, stupid thing. And instead of just retweeting, like clicking the thing here and retweeting, saying, "Oh, TheLucent is up to this much back now," I thought like make something a bit cute and silly and stupid and fun. Make a joke. We were supposed to be having fun here, but they've got to take it in the most least charitable way possible and make out like I'm doing this evil thing and I'm a big hypocrite because anyway.
Well, if I could say something about Ethan, on the positive sense, he did reveal once he was solo on a stream, and he did reveal once that there is something he's getting sick of, and that was quickly said and then gone. And it's so easy to forget that these people are human, including you, Rob, because of that Android that is your logo. I also forget that you're male, but it's with Ethan. That's a joke, but with Ethan. I really think about all the time he needs to calm down sometimes before he even goes on a stream, or over the past few years, the frustration that perhaps Andrea has helped him with, and that I'm being presumptuous here to say, maybe his wife has been extremely supportive with him, and if she has helped him through just the aggravation so that he can address it with a clear head, then props to her. Just I forget that. I know I'm really proud of him for keeping himself sane and her for helping wherever she has as his wife. And it just, I don't think I would have survived it. I've already been through enough crap in my own that I think I would have just given up and walked away rather than what Ethan has done and just put his emotions aside sometimes and gritted his teeth until he didn't need to grit them anymore.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's really a weird thing that I have, but I want to see everyone's families and make sure they're all happy. So, I'm glad. He seems really happy, and him and Andrew are having a great time. He always talks about so that's a good thing. One thing that did bother me a lot was that Mike Miller with his kid burning the cyber frog.
That was
yeah.
That was
that was rough, man.
Infuriating. Yeah.
I emailed Ethan, just asked him if he was okay, and he said he was okay. But I'm like, geez, that's tough, man. Like bringing kids into things is not a good look for anyone.
No, and no matter how many things around that were misunderstood. I watched the longer video, and his child has a habit of saying everything is his, like that's mine, no matter what it was. And so he was doing this already when his kid walked in the room, and yet he put that up on the internet anyway. Like that is,
yeah. Even if it is a complete misunderstanding, and that's just his kid, and he did to go ahead with it anyway and put it up just to get a little dig at Ethan is it was very bizarre, and it's bizarre that he didn't realize how that would appear to everyone. It is supposed to be fun. It is supposed to be friendly, even if you're kind of fighting with each other. Like keep it keep that sort of stuff out of it. In my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Ethan obviously enjoyed and kind of marketed the whole Mike conflict for a while, but I think that's when it took a really bad turn. I mean, that was a tough watch. That was a tough watch.
It was tough. Have you been watching this Comicsgate death match?
I have. Yes,
I've been
of
poking
course.
in there.
I've been voting.
I'm a lurker.
Awesome. Do you want to come on the next series, and we'll chuck the TheLucent cover in the competition?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I was thinking about that. I was a bit reticent. Like, it's just my character doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles as the other guys. But yeah, I'll throw mine in for sure, and I'll definitely come on, of course. Yeah, I was that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. That first stream that you did. I was getting involved in the chat, and I've got my favorite characters. I was like, Death Swan's got this one for sure.
That was crazy.
So,
that was crazy.
Yeah, and I've been voting ever since for sure. So that's a good positive thing that you guys are doing, and I am totally behind it. And so yeah, absolutely, I'll come on.
That's cool. I mean, everyone seems to be enjoying it a lot. Like just on the latest one, we've got 165 votes already. It's a good way to promo people. So an interesting way as well.
And and people can kind of, especially if some of those characters are in development too. You can you guys, you and Clayton, they can give your objective, unbiased eye on it, and they might sort of take that feedback and make some adjustments if necessary. So.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Yeah, I really like that. What you guys are putting together.
Yeah, we just need more awesome, fun things. We can't just always rely on the bigger channels to just be putting out the most fun, entertaining stuff. Because a lot of time they do get dragged into some pretty big drama, and then it doesn't become fun, and then all of a sudden there's a little dearth, and wait a couple of weeks for it to be fun again. So I know that's what I'm trying to do with the animations and other stuff like that, and it's good that you guys are doing that as well. I really want you to animate. Have you seen the Key and Peele skit where Keegan is smoking marijuana, and the other guy hasn't smoked since the 90s? I just think that would be hilarious. You could get Fragger to do the one where he's smoking and Ethan to do the other part. But yeah, that's my dream. Oh man, I'll have to check. I don't know about the legalities of that one though. Yeah.
It'd be so funny.
I don't know if I remember that skit either. I feel like I missed a lot of that stuff, and it's hard to find. They don't put a lot of it online. They put some of the really popular ones online, but
yeah, that may be tough because I know that Camel Moon did the Space Ghost, and they came after him even though it was clearly parody.
Yeah,
Disney,
wasn't it?
What's that?
Was that Disney?
I don't know.
I forget who it is that owns it now.
But definitely. I don't know, with those animations, I'm definitely trying to create stuff like that. That's funny, that anyone can like. You don't have to be in CG to like it. It's just bringing new people in to CG to know these people. You know, like so many people. Like, oh, where's this from? Who is this guy? They give me a message, so I just sent a link to their YouTube channels. You know, so obviously it got the message out there.
No, my buddy was up today because we're going to be transporting cars around, and I got some repairs to do on Tuesday, so I will not be on Twitter promoting anything on Tuesday. But I showed him your 3 videos before we got busy, and he absolutely loved them. He knows nothing about comics, nothing about CG, and he thought they were awesome.
I just wish I had more time to make more. They can be a bit time consuming, but hopefully the thing with animation is the more you make, the more the bigger the well is you can draw from, because you've got a lot of that stuff already drawn. You can just kind of put it in there and get it all together.
Well, don't you have 100-some little trading cards to draw?
Yeah. I did. I did 3 last night because I was freaking out, and I did them quite quickly. So yeah, I'm just figuring I'm going to do a minimum 3 a day. Hopefully, do more, and just over the course of the campaign. I don't want to have that situation at like in when you're back in school where you have to do all the homework on the last day before it's due, and you're freaking out. And I don't want to rush them either. I don't want to give people crap, especially when I've shown them what they're getting.
We're doing a new segment on the Robin Clayton show on Thursday, our time.
Yeah.
It's called Homework, but it's fun homework. And
okay.
I have to give Clayton a movie or something to watch, and he has to do the same to me. And also chat can make some recommendations of things to watch.
All right.
And then we come back next week and watch it. So Clayton hasn't seen Ninja Scroll.
I haven't seen Ninja Scroll.
I'm not familiar.
I don't know what it is.
Wow.
This is Rob's like baby. This is his complete muse and inspiration. Oh, sorry, we don't know what it is.
I feel like I've just been stabbed in the heart 3 times.
Well,
I feel like we all have homework now.
Is it an anime, Rob?
Yes, it's the best anime movie ever created.
Okay.
No, that explains a lot.
Are you into anime?
Yes.
Okay, so here's something that like I've gleaned from hanging out with some people online, like especially like on Liam's show or whatever. You guys were into anime, like you live and breathe anime, and those of us who aren't, we have no idea what you're talking about almost all the time. Like some people will say words. I feel like they're speaking Japanese sometimes. They're like, "Oh, have you seen this?" And I'm just like, I have no idea what you just said. That it sounded foreign. And I mean, I've seen some anime, but I'm not an anime guy. Like I've seen anime in the sense that I've seen kung fu movies. I've seen a dozen kung fu movies and I liked them, but and then I just kind of went on with my life. So I have to see, what is it called? Ninja Scrolls.
Yeah, Ninja Scroll. Just by this Thursday, you have to watch it, so you can
plenty of time.
Yeah, watch it. You can.
And you're saying it's the best, and it's the best anime ever.
Yeah, I think it's up for debate. It's either that or Ghost in the Shell. It's a personal preference.
I have heard of that one.
Yeah,
I've seen some Ghost in the Shell, but I don't know if I remember it too much. But hey, Mo Biggs is here. Hey, hail Mo. He's always out there spruiking my stuff in the chat. So hail Mo, and David Feed is here. David, this is the David that we just talked about his book. Yeah, Samurai.
Yes. In fact, why don't we check on it?
Yeah. So let's go. Yeah, I don't know I hope I didn't close it. I might have Red Eyes. Yeah, there it is. David, we were talking about your book earlier, so we had a little read of it, went through it. Looks damn cool, man. Good stuff. So you were the unofficial addition to this episode of Comicsgate Corner.
You're gonna refresh?
Yeah, so Ninja Scrolls. All right, yeah, I'll check it out. I'll watch me some Ninja Scrolls. Sounds cool. I like ninjas.
Yeah, man, it's awesome. It's really good.
Is it like it's a movie? Yeah, so it's just a normal a feature. Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
all right.
It's a movie.
Is it on Netflix? Do I have to buy it or anything? Or
I don't know. Not sure.
All right, I'll have to investigate. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, anime guys, manga guys are worse than anime guys. because like that, like they just live and breathe manga, and I just all just goes right over my head. I don't know. I just missed out on a lot of that.
You're
I
missing
was just
out,
doing
man.
other things.
Some of the best stories come from manga.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I completely would agree with that from what I've heard. You know, obviously, if we're going to trust the customers like we do in Comicsgate, manga it's just going amazingly in the in market. So, yeah, no worries, David. Yeah, so they must be doing something right.
Yeah.
Rob, did you like the Alita movie that came out last year?
I haven't watched it. Is it good?
I mean, as someone who's not an anime or a manga person, I enjoyed it. I think it's worth a watch.
I'll have to watch it.
Rob, you might have to fight someone. Tommy is
Dude,
maybe Tommy has a differing opinion.
Control is trash.
You might have to contend with an Australian drop bear.
Be careful.
Yeah, drop bears, huh? That's always a fun one to throw at the overseas people.
So you're going on with Clayton, and people are giving things you need to watch or do, and you've got to come back and report. That's the kind of the deal?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, sounds fun. Sounds fun. Yeah. The only thing is, I just have so little time to do things, and especially now, I'm not even drawing my normal schedule at the moment.
I know. When are you going to start designing my trading cards? You know.
Yeah, that's a thing on the list. Well, you haven't given me any kind of brief. I said yes, I will do it, but
yeah, I know.
This campaigning is crazy. It's absolutely insane. You got to just kind of like be out there all the time, and
yeah, man. Especially in the first 3 days, that's your good period. And when it's down, man, take a break, take half a day, get some sleep, and get some good food into you.
Yeah, I'm doing the first week push. I'm just going all week. I'm just going to be out here spooking myself. It's I got to manage my notifications on Twitter. They're just gone berserk. I've got to go in and make sure I thank everyone and see if anyone's talking shit about me. And it's a whole new ball game. But it'll be good to get back, drawing again and working on the book. And I'll have more time to watch some stuff. Alita manga is fabulous. Yeah, I like the movie. I felt it was like a lot of those movies, where you take a movie that was taken from something that's really expansive, like Alita obviously is. There's a lot of background work to go from, and you feel like you're just getting a tiny little sliver of the story in the movie, and you just feel like you don't really know. You're missing out on a lot of stuff.
So, Michael,
that's just the way it is, I guess.
I was looking, and I think you can just, because I know you were asking about this earlier, but I think you can just right-click on someone in the chat and give them a wrench that way.
Even in StreamYards?
No, you
you do it in YouTube, like in a separate
YouTube.
window.
Yes, I don't even have the YouTube open. Is that a noob thing to do? I don't know.
You guys can type in the comments.
No, but I'm not typing in the comments. I'm just highlighting comments.
Yeah. I have it open just to type back to people.
Yeah. I do that I do that if I'm a guest on a stream, but not if I'm the person. I'm going to do that to you right now. Here we go. No, I can't do it. It won't let me do it. So, are you saying in the chat? I've
always heard it's a YouTube thing.
Yeah, see, if there's a little like 3-dot thing on your thing on the chat, and all I can do is report you or block you. So which one do you want me to do?
Why not both?
Yeah, why not both?
If anyone is here, I'm going to be like a promoter. If anyone is here who hasn't backed TheLucent yet and doesn't know where it is, I'm going to put the link in the chat. Look at that. I can do that. I have those privileges. But I watched a quick video. I don't know how much attention I was paying on how to make someone a wrench, but it wasn't helpful because it said you click onto their channel, you put their username. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I don't know. If you don't have a channel, does that mean you can't be a wrench? I don't know.
Not.
This is my third stream, so you know, it shows. Hopefully, soon they'll be a bit more professional.
So, how many backers do you reckon you're going to end on?
Oh, I don't know.
What's the dream?
130? I don't know, man. Well, I'd love to get up numbers where you've got. I think I'm going to have to get onto Ethan's channel to be able to achieve that, though. I don't know, and other guys have gotten like into 800s, like Carlo Rowe. That would be that would be
he got
beyond
a lot
the
of
dream.
In demand. A lot.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'll be scared of leaving in demand for that long. I'd be scared that the US dollar is going to tank and I'm going to not be able to, do anything.
Yeah. Well, they'll keep sending you money as it goes. Like
yeah. I've got to figure something out
periodically.
Yeah.
So even if it does tank, it'll be all right.
Thank you, David. He's saying he's going to back the next payroll. I'm one of them too. I'm like, whenever I get paid, I'm like, what am I going to back now? Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Smilingbandito says it's buried in my channel setting. You have to put the name in a list on your channel. All right, I'm going to research that because there's definitely some guys in here. I want to make a wrench, but I don't know. Even though I've been on YouTube for years and years and years, it was only as a viewer, not as a creator. This is all very new to me.
Tommy says US dollar tank, LOL. Yeah, it's just the Australian and Kiwi dollar that's fallen to ridiculously low levels.
Yeah, how's my what are my tiers? What am I? Well, that's not right. What are my perks on? So so you're getting $1 discount now because of that. It's fluctuating. So there's some weird prices going on here. Look, you're getting $7 discount on the cover, guys. Buy that now. This could go away at any moment. You don't want to miss out. I'm gonna make a tweet about that when I get on.
I had to pay my artist for 5 pages, so it was like $500 US. It cost me nearly 1,000 Australian dollars. I was like, dude, so bad. Jeez. How long is this going to go on for?
Damn. Oh man, yeah, like it's I don't know if I told this to you. Just one sec though, Mobix. If you consider wrenching me, it's only fair to warn you I tend to become very corrupt and power mad. Well, I think you just earned a wrench right there, Mo. So yeah, when I get it all sorted, I'll hook you guys up with a wrench. But yeah, Rob, I don't know if I told you this ever, but I used to play poker professionally back in the day. Yeah, I did it. I did that for about I think a couple of years at least. Like I've played for a long time, semi-professional. Like probably made as much money as I was making as my normal income, but that was just sort of on the side. And then when it was, you know what it was? It was during the crash. You know, the big 2008 crash. Yeah. I lost my job, so I'm like, well, okay, I guess I'll just play poker now. So I did that for a while, and it went well, but. The Aussie dollar will come and get you, and it will play with your emotions and tug at your heartstrings because especially if you play online, there's it's all in US dollars.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing about Indiegogo. I wish that it could be set in US dollars because that's the way the industry runs. Like it's all in US dollars. You pay everyone in US dollars, so
Yep. Absolutely. I've been saying that the whole time. I've been grumbling and complaining to everyone about that because it is just weird. It creates a little bit of a weird experience. They have these weird numbers on there that seem to move around. And as well, I got an email from a guy on the first day. They're saying, I can't back your book because it's $20 and then $24 shipping.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, what's going on there? I hope I haven't screwed something up.
Mhm.
So I went in there and I looked, and it's like, yeah, when you click on the page to go through, it'll just revert back without your wanting it to the native currency of whatever that campaign is in. So it was showing them $20, and it's not their fault, like that they're not sort of investigating, exactly what's going on there. It does have like a little thing in light gray underneath, what it is in their currency. But they just saw the $24 and they were like, no thanks. And so I had to say, it isn't actually that. It's a lot less than that. And thankfully they did go on and back. But how many other people aren't getting in touch?
How many people have you already lost because of that? It's really annoying.
It is. But I don't know. And it seems to be we're singled out unfairly. It's like I was looking at the currency section. And it's like Canadians can do it in US dollars.
Oh, really?
Yep. All of Europe can do it in euros. Well, that's their thing.
I think it comes down to has to be trade agreements between some of these countries where they're limiting some of these platforms.
Oh yeah, when you go in and create a campaign, there's a lot of, when you go into that finance section and all that stuff, there's a lot of legalese going on in there that you just kind of gloss over because you don't understand, because it's all just, this section, this blah blah requires that you have this here and you run your campaign in Australian dollars. Oh, okay. Guess there's no way around it. But
but getting on Ethan would be good. I think it's all about luck and timing, really, to get on.
Yeah. Like you were saying earlier, he goes through phases. It's just sort of depending. Luckily, though, we're currently going through a phase of lots of big name guys like Maiden and Cecil and now Tug.
Yeah,
now Tug is saying he wants to do like a rotating promotional show. That's I threw my head in straight away the moment I saw that. Someone I think it was Danny on Twitter. He alerted me to that, so I jumped on straight away. I mean, that's sort of how I got onto John's show and Cecil's show as well. You just reply back to them in Twitter, and they say, "Oh yeah, you can come on." So it's yeah, you're exactly right. Just kind of, we all watch Ethan. We kind of know his personality a bit. I'm sure he would want to, if it was possible, help as many people as he can. But it's, there's drawbacks, and he's making a book, and he's got to actually draw that book. So there's only so much amount of time in the day that he can do things.
Yeah, and I think I was lucky too, because like my book was done at the time, so I sent it to him. So that's a visual representation of me. He knows that I can deliver a book. And people aren't in that position. Like you've got to make yours still, and
that's right. Yeah,
of course you will, but it's easier to probably let someone in who's got a book already.
That's right. Yeah, I've got a lot of good things going for me in terms that I have a lot of the pages kind of done to a kind of really finished degree already. But there are other things as well. I've got a full-time job, so I'm not going to be dipping into any of this money to pay the rent or anything like that. So there's a lot of there's a lot of good things going for me in that front. But as well, I am new, unknown. I've tried my best to get myself out there and be as transparent as possible in terms of what I'm trying to do here and how I'm going to deliver and give people that page update on what's completed.
Mo's got some good feedback for you.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Sorry.
He does.
Now, so someone said that to me the other night. I said that to my wife. She's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" That's funny. I was on Liam's stream and we were all dressed up to celebrate his final hours of Xenotype. So we all dressed up in suits. I had a little bow tie on, looking like an idiot. And someone said, "Who's Paul Rudd down in the right?" It's like, are they talking about me?
Mo Big says that was him too.
Oh, that was you. Well, there you go. There you go. See, I remember you. See, Mo Biggs has earned his wrench when it comes time to wrench. Yeah. Well, okay. I'll take it. Paul Rudd, he's the guy who doesn't age, isn't he?
You're like the Paul Rudd without the money
He's the one that plays Ant-Man.
and fame.
Yeah. That's the guy that doesn't age. Yeah, I get the Paul Rudd look. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. I don't know, but yeah, I know that he doesn't age.
Yeah, but going back on to Ethan, I got on there for a couple of hours and I got 49 backers in that time period.
Oh my god,
it's crazy, man! He just goes, "This is Replicator, go back it," and you should have seen my Gmail inbox. It was just going ding 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 ding.
I believe it because I've done the exact same thing. I've been watching his show and he's said, go back something, and I've been like, okay. I've done the exact same thing, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
No, I love him, and John's really good too, man. Like, are you going on there?
I've been on John's promotion stream, so
cool.
The one where he gets a bunch of people on, and it was actually like exclusive, like it was a scheduled thing. There was I don't remember how much of us. There were about 4 or 5 of us. And it was like pre-scheduled, and I went on there, and I got a lot of new email sign-ups from that show, and it was really cool. It's really cool.
It's
a bit weird to talk to these guys for the first time, because you've been watching them for so many years.
Just tag him on Twitter and ask him if he's doing the show, if you can go back on. That's what I did, and he was
all right.
cool.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. Another thing that I know that makes Ethan hesitant sometimes is that it's not just him getting burned, but it's also when he makes a recommendation, people then saying, "Ethan, why'd you recommend this person?" And then they get upset with him. So he tends to wait and see nowadays more than he used to.
Yeah. Some people,
like every time you get burnt, you trust just a little bit less. What the people that burn him don't understand is every time that they stab him in the back, it only makes him more powerful because everyone rallies behind him and supports him even more. Which is so strange. They should just stop doing it.
Well, it is strange, and we're all looking on, going, "What the hell?" Especially like someone like NASA. I remember Micah Curtis.
God, that was
railing about NASA one day, like saying, "Dude, you were handed the keys to the castle, and you just threw them back in his face." And if you're an upcoming creator, like it just blows my mind that you can't. You don't have to like the guy, and you don't have to keep going on his show, but like, you really want to just like go and run that whole relationship into the dirt and constantly stomp on it. And I don't know. If you get things kind of easily and quickly, you probably don't appreciate them as much as you would otherwise. If you've had to grind for it like you have, Rob, for years and years, and you finally get that overnight success after all those years. And you're gonna appreciate it when it comes.
Yeah, and for sure, man, it's a luxury that I think some people, I won't say a lot of people, some people take for granted. But anytime I get on anyone's stream, Ethan, John, anyone, it doesn't matter how big or small they are. Like, I'm super grateful, and
absolutely, yeah,
and that's something you should be. And some people aren't. Some people feel that because they're Comicsgate, they should be entitled to go on the streams. It just doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, man. I've been just messaging people and been very thankful and grateful that some people have been messaging me and saying, you've got a book, do you want to come and promote it? I would say, if I can, if it's just not conflicting with any other show, of course I'll come on. I was on it's a cool guy called RJ the other day. He has a thing called Critical Blast. Went on with Doc Hogg the other night. It's just cool. And as well, it's not only is it cool they invite you on, and they want to talk about your book, and that's an amazing thing in and of itself. You get to as well get a little bit of time in front of the camera, get natural, get to this pitching game. It's really there's no there's no way to learn it other than to do it and see what sticks and like figure out like what's resonating more with the people. Like, because you can write something, especially if you've got something, a book like mine, which doesn't really fit neatly into any genre. It's been really difficult for me to describe it, especially as well because there's a lot of mystery in it and I don't want to reveal too much. You know, it's just a nightmare. But you know, figuring out what has resonated with potential backers, as you know, it's an ongoing thing. David Feed had a question a while back. I wanted to touch on it. Yes, I am doing all the coloring. I'm doing everything in this book. And yeah, that's Isham, and he is an ancient character. He's sort of been there from the beginning, and the role he plays will be mysterious at first, and gradually you know, be revealed a bit more what he's. I can say at the start, yeah, he's a herald, a shapeshifter, and he's primeval. And here's him in action there. He's actually in the middle of a shapeshift there, and he's gonna put some righteous revenge on these soldiers here. So yeah, I'm the colorist. I do everything in this book.
You say he's a herald.
He's a herald. Yes, he's a herald in, I guess, in a kind of archetypal sense, and also he comes. He acts as a kind of a messenger. You know, without going too much into the deep lore, because it is like spoiler territory. I guess you could say he's a character that has enormous power, but it also equally large constraints on it. You know, he's definitely not all powerful, even though the things that he can do are extraordinarily powerful. You know, there's a limit to what he can do, where he can go, and how he can do it.
Okay.
Chat's picking up. I've got 22 people in here. Jesus. Thanks for coming, guys. Like, this is amazing that you want to spend your time hanging out with us.
Yeah, we're okay.
There we go, team.
I mean, Rob's the coolest, and we're just kind of all feeding off of him.
I didn't want to say it because I don't want to blow any more smoke up his ass, but yeah, it did pick up once Rob came in here.
It's the first time for everything. I've got this new character that I'm working on for Replicator.
Yeah,
and it's going to trigger social justice warriors so hard. I can't wait to show you guys. It's gonna make people very, very angry. Like, if you think Ghost, you know, like Ghost triggered a lot of people. For what reason, I don't know. This is mega trigger them.
Oh, thanks, Smilingbandito. Yeah, chill but not boring. That's the equilibrium that we're going for here. Rob. Ghost is she's got that pert posterior and those long legs and that very slender gazelle-like physique, and that's it's
draw sexy ladies. That's for sure.
Yeah, and he draws them in heroic proportions. You know, they're not realistic. They're what's the word? Aspirational. So yeah, it's everything that they don't want to see, pretty much.
Those are some very polite euphemisms.
Well, when you get to draw characters and all this sort of stuff, you learn all these little bits and bobs.
I'll just give you 2 words: Total Recall.
Total Recall.
Total Recall.
What about those 2 words? I love that movie.
Is the number 3 part of the issue?
It is. It is part of the issue.
I'm at a loss. This has gone over my head. Yeah. I'll look. Smarter people than I can figure that out. Oh, right. I just got it. So what you're saying is the more the merrier, basically.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to change up the norm, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, you know,
look, God gave us 2 hands and 1 mouth, but then he left off something in other ways, you know. So yeah, you're just bringing balance back to nature. That's what you're saying.
That's it. ban the CG Aussie creators. Oh, do you mean ban them
He
together?
means banned. That's I was like, what do you mean banned? Yeah, no. I got banned with a D.
Like, you want to
And
go,
do a
bro?
weekly show. You want to go, cunt? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely not something that I wouldn't do. I've actually expressed interest in doing something like that, but it's hard to get us all together. We may all be in the same country, but it's a big country, and we've all got our own lives and things to do. But yeah, it definitely would be something.
We can talk about Vegemite and Knifey Spoony.
Nice. That's something I haven't thought about in 20 years.
So you've played Knifey Spoony before.
I have, but a long time ago, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds violent.
That was the Simpsons episode where they went to Australia, and like the Simpsons, whenever they do something, they just want to be like totally outrageous and off the wall. At least they used to. I don't know what they do now. I haven't watched the show in 15 years, but yeah, they came to Australia and just like, the Prime Minister was out in the backyard sitting in a dam, just chilling out, and there were ridiculous things, and one of the things that was Knifey Spoony. So
Yeah, good times. Good show, that.
good times.
I
Was back in the day.
kangaroo out the front of my house yesterday.
What's that?
I took a photo of a kangaroo out the front of my house yesterday.
Yeah, because you live a bit further out into the country, don't you?
Yeah. So, I mean, if chat want to see kangaroos, I've got them. Let me know.
I feel like that's one of those things that if I was to ask you about, you'd say, "Oh, you're being so stereotypical." My gosh. And that Rob's like, "Oh, I've got them in spades."
Is that a normal thing, or is it? Is it a rarity?
Like we're opposite like a giant reserve, so there's like heaps of them. We had like 50 or 60 out the front the other day.
Wow, that would be a sight, and that's not too far from me actually. You got probably like an hour drive north from where I am.
And like the big kangaroos, man, they're jacked. They look massive.
Yeah. And they're not even. And if they look that, they're the grey kangaroos. They're not the big reds.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
They're even bigger.
I mean,
was saying,
if kangaroos decided they wanted to punch on, it would be very interesting.
Yeah. I was saying we went out in Newcastle years ago. You can go out to a place where there are literally thousands all over the place. And you just kind of walk out into the middle of them. And yeah, I was telling someone on a stream the other night, like if they wanted to fuck you up, you'd be done in. There's no way out because they're just everywhere. And yeah, they'll just start kicking you in all kinds of places and you would have nothing to say about it.
Yeah, I mean,
but thankfully they just lie there scratching their balls. So
I really hate kangaroos. Because they'll mess your dog up, man. Like people they're joking about it in chat, saying they'll choke your dog. They do try to do that. What they try to do is they try and grab the dog and then drag it into a deep part of the water and drown it. But that's not how the dogs get injured all the time. They've got like razor-like claws, and they'll just cut like the dog's stomach all up and stuff. That's a bit morbid, but
Rob,
you're right. The kangaroo is he knows how to fight. Like the boxing kangaroo thing is not just a gimmick. Like they know what to go for, and they know how to do you in.
There's a video of a kangaroo that has a dog basically hostage, and his owner comes running up, and he gets into a brief boxing match with this kangaroo.
Yeah, everyone see that. Yeah, they do. They totally do, David. We had a dog that tried to chase them, and he got one down on the ground, but its claw like just ripped open all his like inner leg all the way from the top to the bottom, just by like
Yeah. So they the thing is they know how to fight, but they're generally very placid animals. Unless you got to get one fighting. Like they'll fight each other. Obviously, that's within their own little community for status and women, but women kangaroos, females.
Oh,
and but not our women. But yeah, no, generally they're pretty placid things. They just sit around. Like if you go to a zoo here to see a kangaroo, you are extraordinarily lucky if you can see the thing hop. Most of the time they're just sitting down, scratching their balls. Like that's all they do all day long.
You just got to run at it.
Rob,
Yeah, well,
Rob, have you punched a kangaroo?
Yeah, I mean, that's usually we go out every year and we go out, trying to punch one. It's just what we do down here.
Sober?
Wow, both ways, really.
Okay.
Sober and
it's funny that they're like a national animal. Like that's what everyone knows about Australia, and they do kind of get around in pest numbers, and sometimes the government will pay people to go out and cull them. We'll go out and shoot them down.
Yeah, it's crazy. I wanted to write like a one-shot comic of a kangaroo that finds a magic lamp, and he wishes for life to be more exciting. So for him and all his friends, all his kangaroo friends, so they get transported to Africa.
Oh, that would be more exciting for them, wouldn't it?
Our animals are very interesting, like the emus and the kangaroos, the koalas, the drop bears, the snakes, the spiders. Have you seen this, Rob? Hold on, I'm going to put this up full screen.
You guys have all the most unique animals.
So,
yeah,
how do you guys react? Oh, yeah. How do you guys react when you hear New Yorkers complaining about pigeons pooping on their cars?
Well, I mean, we have that too, but we just also have, brown snakes that if they bite you and you don't get to the hospital within 30 minutes, you might cark it.
And
have you seen this, Rob?
No. Oh,
Bazza the Bogan Barbarian, an Australian alien invasion.
I saw the Indiegogo for that book last night, and they have like 4 different titles on there. They are not shipping to the States. It's only shipping within Australia. Is
it? I saw that they're doing a new campaign. Yeah, I got this as a sample print from a local printer. I said, "Have you got anything that's similar to what I'm talking about in terms of thickness?" And he sent me this. I haven't read it, but it's full of Aussiness.
Yeah,
I don't know. It just doesn't sound like it's my kind of story. But anyway, there's a Bazza the Bogan Barbarian. Right. Apparently, he has an Indiegogo campaign.
Yeah, weird. You hear that Americans are always terrified of the animals we've got here, but it's pretty easy not to die here.
Yeah, I've managed for nearly 40 years. And, pretty much everyone I know has managed their whole lives not to die by some weird animal thing. But also, you just got to
taught things though as a kid, like when you're walking through long grass, you make lots of noise. Stomp your feet. When you put on shoes, you look before you put them on, so there's no spiders in them, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we have a couple of sheds here, and anything you grab from them, and anytime you go in there, you're just like, all right, you just got to look at it first. Is there a redback on there? You can actually see redbacks have very distinct webs that they put down on the ground and will put up. I don't know if you know about that, but you can look for that and you can see if they're around. But anything you take out, just give it a once over. Just turn it up and down and have a look. I pulled my scooter out of the shed. Not my scooter, my daughter's scooter out of the shed like a while back after the winter. Get back to scootering, and there was a massive redback on the bottom with all the eggs just under the thing of the scooter. So I had to get rid of that. Because those things they bite kids. That's really not good. Although I don't think anyone's died for a while from it. They got the anti-venom.
With spiders, well, I think this is a good general rule for Australia's spiders. If you know what type of spider it is, then you're okay. If you don't know what type of spider it is, then you kill it.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard that. I don't know. I don't seem to get bitten. All these people are scared to come into Australia. I don't seem to get bitten.
If it bleeds, you kill it.
Nin has a question about comic book stores in Australia. How are they doing? Do you have any stores up where you are, Rob?
No, and that's the thing, Nin. Like the majority of our comic book stores are in the city, and I'm like 30 plus Ks from the city via train. And growing up, I just didn't have access to a comic book store. we would get our comics through the newsagent, and the only ones that would really have were Judge Dredd and the Phantom.
Yeah, right. So I had a bit of a different experience to you. I did get my comics in the news agency when I was a kid, but they did actually have everything. This was in 1991. I started collecting, and I bought from the news agency until about 1995 or so. And they had all the titles, but maybe I was just like making them order them in because I was always going in to buy them.
Yeah.
And yeah, there weren't many comic stores around. There are even fewer now, and I guess they're just sort of following the same path as what a lot of what's going on in America. But having said that, I don't know if these guys would want me to say their name because I don't know if they want to be associated with Comicsgate or anything. But there's a really cool comic book shop that just opened up about a year ago, really close to where I live, and they're really great people, really cool guys. And I would still be going in there where I not just sort of, more ensconced in CG. And eventually at one point I just said, look, screw it. I'm done with the mainstream. But for a while there, I was kind of like, if Zach was, recommending books, I'd be going in there and getting them. And then they're really cool guys, and they would give me recommendations, and all their recommendations are really good. And I hope they're still going well. I haven't been keeping up with them, but they had a very healthy online business, like delivering comics, because they're one of the only ones in this whole area. So hopefully they're still going okay. I probably should check in on them at some point. But yeah, I think it's pretty much the same in the States. Except there's fewer of us here, so there's economies of scale in all that. And
like there's two big ones in Melbourne, like in the CBD. You got Minotaur Comics and All Star Comics. And they're huge, like they're really big. I don't know like what the ones outside of that, like how big they are.
Comics R Us in Paran is pretty big as far as comic book stores go. A huge collection of back issues and a huge collection of trades. But yeah, again, I haven't been in there in a long time. And there used to be a bunch of little comics out at Ringwood. There was a little one next to the train station. I used to love going to that. I used to go and, I'd be going when I was a kid. I'd be going in to check out comics in news agencies or comic book stores almost every day. But yeah, that all kind of fell away for me, unfortunately.
Have you ever tried putting a Gemini mailer in a kangaroo pouch to make sure your books won't be damaged when they're shipping domestically? We can't get Gemini mailers here.
Yeah, like you can get them. You would spend, I don't know how much money you would spend, probably like 20 times the cost of the freaking book itself just to get them here in large enough numbers. So yeah, for all intents and purposes, you can't get Gemini mailers here.
Yeah.
Someone needs to start distributing them.
Yep.
CG Oz needs to grow, and then someone will say, hey, there's a bit of a market here brewing. I mean, I don't know how many you would need to be able to ship them and make it worth your while. Then you put a pallet on a boat, and cut down on the prices of getting them over here. But yeah, I don't know. I've got I showed that box that you put me on to, Rob. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean that's the best option I've found. There might be better options.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It does the job. Like with every package, you're gonna have some that get damaged regardless of what you do, because it seems that like some post offices or delivery people just drop kick them off the top of the roof. Because like you look at them like, how could it possibly have got that damaged?
Chaotic Neutral is saying the box worked well for him. Samurai was saying earlier that he got something from you in a box and it was all looked good. So yeah, I'm pretty confident that they'll get there in good nick.
Yeah.
What was saying here? Yeah. A lot of the Oz price variants to Marvel Comics in the 90s were printed before the US versions. I didn't know that. There you go. Yeah. Some of my collection is Australian reprints, but I think eventually they just ended up getting the US versions. You know what I do have? I have a really good collection of Australian reprints of like old Superman comics. I'm talking like things from the 30s. So I've got these books. I've got like, Superman number 10 from 1939 or something, but it's an Australian reprint. It looks like, like a real deal kind of thing, but it is a reprint. I have no idea how much it's worth, if it's worth anything, but it looks pretty cool. I've got a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
Zach shipped his first book to me in an envelope made of sandpaper.
That's true. Basically.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a
I got
kerfuffle.
mine in I got my last Jawbreakers in just a what would you call it, like a heavy duty envelope made out of thickish card, and that was it. And there was the books were packed with a piece of cardboard on each side of them, and they were shrink wrapped. They came to me in good nick, and then I put it on the wall, and it fell off the wall, and it dinted one of the corners. So that was really smart of me. So then I put like 6 bits of blue tack on the back, and they haven't fallen off since.
I like your back wall behind you with all the comics on it.
Yeah, man.
How did you hang that up so nicely?
They're just blue tack.
Seriously, blue tack.
Yeah.
I asked him the same thing.
If I did that, mine would just fall off every 2 minutes.
Yeah, you got to use more blue tack than you think. So I think there's 5 decent like blobs of it on behind each book. But some of them are heavier than others. Some of them don't need it. Yeah, it looks pretty cool though, doesn't it?
It does look.
It looks cool on video because you're just kind of looking into the corner. But if you look forward that way, it's just a complete mess. Maybe I'll give you the sneak peek view. See if I can tell.
And he's lost audio.
Uh-oh.
This is what happens when you try things live. It
I know
always
it.
fails.
I think he unplugged.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It just kind of flicked off the tiniest little bit. See, it looked like it was in, but it wasn't. So yeah, it's just like kids' junk everywhere, and there's an old bed thing. Definitely not as cool of a background as I've got going here. Ugh. Oh God, that was not a good idea.
Take it easy, Michael.
I
Get it out
know.
of control.
Just trying to share a bit of the magic. Well, also, trying to be real. People respond to real people. I think they like a bit of genuine
They do.
interaction.
I mean, we can't forget Ethan's 9 iPads.
All on Wi-Fi at the same time.
All the time he just had he streamed his chair for an hour or so, and then it became legend.
Yes.
Does he have just a single computer monitor?
What's that?
Does
What's that,
Ethan
Rob?
have just a single computer monitor?
They're not monitors. Well,
I think he may. And
I
then
don't
he's
know.
got
Well, he
iPads
seems
for
to be
everything
looking
else.
in other kind of places as well.
I don't mean to roll this back too far, but I do occasionally have to look up things you say.
Yeah, you're my fact
He's
checker.
got the transcripts.
I
No,
know.
I mean to
you've been quiet for a while.
I'm just translating the vocabulary. So I looked up blue tack. Okay, got it. That's just a product I've never heard of before. I need a couple of clues. I thought drop bear was slang for a koala. What's a
I
drop
don't know
bear?
Rob, I don't know if we can discuss this with foreigners. Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, it's probably a
Like-
Skype.
I don't know. It might actually be illegal. We only have implied freedom of speech in Australia. It's actually not actually enshrined in the Constitution or a Bill of Rights or anything.
Pretty
So we
close.
do have implied
wait a minute,
freedom of speech.
I looked this up 2 weeks ago. Never mind. It's like snipe hunting in America. We got it. Okay, but I do have a
so
koala
basically,
question.
just so anyone in the chat who doesn't know, a drop bear is a bear. It's like I guess it's like a koala. It hangs out in the trees and it'll drop down on tourists. When you're least expecting it. That's pretty much it. Like it knows Aussies. It won't drop down on us because it knows. Maybe you can smell us. It can smell the beer on us. I don't know.
Yeah, somebody in the chat had mentioned drop bears, and I was thinking, I looked that up. What was that? Okay, I should have. I thought conversation would be more interesting than web searches, but never mind. Here we go. So I understand koala bears are rather stinky, correct?
They have a musk. They have a heady musk to them. I've only been close to a couple, but yeah, they're a wild animal. They're full of thick fur. They eat the same food every day. I can't imagine they smell fantastic.
I've been trying to slowly start a rumor or something similar to get. I've been putting out the nickname for Liam as the beloved fluorescent koala, and I didn't realize. Well, wait a minute, maybe calling him a koala is an insult. So.
No, koala's not an insult. I think he's got a nickname going with Orange Man Good. I think that's what everyone is kind of.
Orange Sunbeam.
Well, with all the ska music, I want to start calling him Orange Man Plaid, but again, nobody would understand that either. So.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. I grew up on that stuff.
We call each other the sea bomb down here, so we're pretty open to nicknames.
Good. Yeah, absolutely, man. You can drop it on this show. I don't mind. I already dropped it already. Yeah. No, it's funny. Like we will, we'll call each other like, like you could be a cunt. Like that guy is a real cunt, and that's a bad thing. But your mate, he's a stick cunt. And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a bit like when you say like that's shit and that's the shit. It's the difference there. It's a bit like that.
Okay.
It's all in intonation and the way it's delivered and who it's said to.
Rob, I had a quick question for you.
Yo.
What was it like working with Aaron? Because I assume that you were the project he did after Jawbreakers, right?
No, mate, I was the first.
You were the first. Okay.
Yeah. I was
Not only was Rob the first, Rob discovered him and made him into a like sequential artist, essentially, or like hired him to do it for the first time.
Yeah, crazy story. I've told it before, but I'll tell it again since you asked me.
Thanks, Rob.
I found he did a Jack Kirby tribute piece, and it had like the Hulk and Captain America and all the big guys, and I'm like looking at it and like, damn, this is legit. This looks amazing. So I did the Facebook sleuthing, looked through his profile, looked at his pictures, and he had basically like no work. So I'm like, what's the deal? How can someone be this good and have like no portfolio? So I'm like, is he a scammer? Is he ripping off someone else's work and making it his own? And then I asked him, like what the deal was. He just said he hadn't worked on anything before. So I thought, okay, I'll give it a shot, see how it goes. And I got him to do a cover for me. I'll bring it up here. Hang on. Yeah, I got him to do a cover for me, and it was incredible. And it is this one. Is
that you again, Blue?
With what?
Some noise?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm used to the trains.
Michael, you can share that screen if you can. So this is the first thing he ever did for me. Was this cover? I'm not seeing anything yet.
Hang on, no. All right, I got to scroll down. Got it. Okay.
So that was the first piece of artwork he did for me. Yeah, and we just went from there, man. I got him to do a full book, and he's incredibly talented. And
what went through your mind when he sent this back to you?
I'm like, well, I guess the guy's legit.
That would be Rob's response.
Staring.
It's like, yep, okay, yep, all right, there we go.
And actually, as amazing as this is, he's gotten so much better since.
Yeah, this is his colors too. Like,
is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I got another guy to color it, and it was trying to be nice. It was horrible. Like, Aaron was so upset with the colors that he's
not
like,
nice.
I'll color it myself. And so he did, and it looks great. Like, I'll zoom in a bit, but
Yeah, man, looks sick.
like, that's so sexy.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're right. How do I get
Sorry,
how
mate.
do I book you? And did you have an ink you might end up with a few years later?
What was that?
Michael, you cut out.
Oh, did I?
Yeah,
Sorry.
like 4 times.
Did you have any inkling? Oh God, I've just been talking to myself. Am I back now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, good. There's a really big delay.
What?
Is it a Donald delay?
He is big. Donald is big.
Yeah, so that's the story of how I met Aaron.
There's like a 4-second delay.
I'm gonna mute again.
I saw a piece he did on Facebook of a Jack Kirby tribute. I reached out to him, got him to do a cover for me, saw he was a real deal, then got him to do the rest of the book. He then got in contact with Richard C. Meyer, and Richard hired him, and the rest is history. And it's just one of those funny things about how timing can work out, because if I didn't reach out to him to get this book done, he probably wouldn't be working on Jawbreakers right now. And that's just something that messes with my head. I just think so crazy, like those like little threads that all link together that could easily not have happened,
Exactly.
but they did.
That's amazing.
butterfly
Neutral
effect.
Comics says that this piece is what got him to back the book.
Yeah. And I got him to do this one too, which I also love. He colored this one too.
Oh wow.
Great.
I mean, look at this charred soldier here.
I mean,
Yeah. He's having a bad day.
Yeah, he's having a bad day, but it's fun for us.
So who are these guys here, Rob, doing the charring?
What's that?
Who are those guys there doing the with the flamethrowers?
Oh, that's the Blackgate soldiers. So in Replicator, you've got a corporation that are trying to take over England, and they're like they're grunt soldiers. Yeah, so they're sick.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
When is that shipping? The one that I got. So I got Replicator 1 and 2. The
It should
remastered.
be really soon. I'm just waiting back for the final what's the word? I can't think of the word. Like the final package from the letterer, like the whole thing assembled, and then it goes off to ship it. So it should be really soon.
Yeah, so you've remastered the letters then as well.
Yeah, just for issue 1, and the cover. You can see Clayton's done that. That new cover, and it just looks great. Clayton's a fantastic artist in his own right, which you've seen there.
Yeah, it's gonna look awesome. It's gonna look good on my wall. I'm gonna read it and I'm gonna put it up. I gotta make room for it. A couple I can pull out and switch them up. Yeah, that's become a bit of an iconic image too.
Yeah, I like the story behind this one. Sorry, I'm just hijacking your stream here for a second. But
it's called Comicsgate Corner. It's for Comicsgate. So go for it.
This is Sarah. She's the smartest person in the Replicator universe, and she's on the verge of curing the disease that's killing everyone. And this cover just shows that the further away from her, the more diseased and deadly these people look. So, like, closer they get to her, they look more alive. The further away, they look more dead, and they've got like caterpillars and bugs crawling out their noses. And you got the same thing here with the flowers here are wilting. So it's just a cool little story on the cover, which I like.
Hell yeah, yeah. I'd say I'm. So I love when people a lot of
You're cutting out
composition. Again. They want to give like the story. They want to tell a little bit of the story.
Yeah.
Oh damn!
That's all good.
What did you hear? What did I say last?
I don't know. Chaotic Neutral Comics says that's still the best cover I've seen in CG2, killing the game. Which one, Chaotic? The mech one or the first one I showed? But thank you. I'll take it for sure.
I'll take that as a hit against me. He's saying mine isn't as good. That's how I interpret that. Chaotic. Just kidding, man.
I'm really looking forward to doing the cover death match just to see where everyone stands, like how everyone goes.
No, don't do this to me.
Yeah.
Like,
what's going on?
We'll have Replicator versus, Cyber Frog and Graveyard Shift and TheLucent and just everything. Be cool.
Yeah, man.
That's going to be tough.
Yeah, I know, and that'll be fun as I reckon that one.
Well, yeah, it being tough is what makes it good. Everyone needs to kind of step up their game with their covers and make sure that they're as best as they possibly can be, because these are the things that get eyeballs on your campaigns.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, Michael, I'm excited about that UV coating that you were talking about on your cover.
Yeah. So that just like I've been saying, it's the concept was designed with that in mind, and I just kind of plowed ahead with it, and it's like, oh, this is going to look so good. And then I checked out the prices, and my heart sank. I was like, wow, this is actually really expensive. If if you're kind of just starting out and you only get, say, 100 backers or something, you can.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's going to have to be a high stretch goal.
Yeah, it's probably going to be the highest, because if you do it too early, it can literally double the cost of your shipping, your printing. Sorry.
Oh wow.
But the higher tiers, it really just becomes a small additional cost at a certain point.
So is it more expensive by the amount of area or more expensive by the amount of detail?
I don't think it plays too much into that. I just think it's a high setup cost to get it all done. Yeah. So if you.
Sorry. I was thinking of how New Order went broke on Blue Monday because they die cut the cover to it, and it ended up costing more than the price of the record. So they couldn't. They lost money. Yeah, they lost money every time, and I was wondering if you are you planning on leaving it shiny like it shows in the promo there, or are you going to cut her out so that she's not shiny with it?
No, she'll be shiny with it.
Okay.
Everything within that puddle is sort of like supposed to be reflected, so it'll be shiny UV. Like what UV gloss is like on a matte laminate finish. So a lot of people do matte laminate with this sort of perfect bound trade paperback, and I like that too. That's the thing that I prefer on a cover. But getting that UV gloss on it would just really hammer home the concept, and it would make that I think like we're trying to make these kind of premium quality products here, that are way better than what everyone else is putting out, and we're charging good amounts of money for it. So I definitely want to make people think like they've gotten their money's worth, and have something they can put up on their wall or put on their shelf and feel proud about it. So
but that's in the setup, not the detail. Huh?
All the costs for something like this, UV spots and stuff. It's mostly in the setup. So that's why you get those huge doubling of prices if you don't have enough printed. But if you're printing hundreds and hundreds, say if you're printing 1,000 copies, it would barely even notice it as an additional cost. And
we'll see you, David.
David's off. See you, David. Cheers, man. Thanks for that. Did notice this to be on the online calculator. Did not notice this. Are you talking about Mix'em, Tommy? Yeah, Mix'em. Yeah, it's in there, down in one of their cover options. If you got to select put on a cover, and go check it out at some low numbers of books, and you'll see it can double or even more. So yeah, obviously I had no idea, where this project would go. So yeah, I've had to kind of come to terms with maybe I won't be able to get the UV spot on the cover, but it went off pretty well. So I'm starting to dare to dream again that we can get up this high and get that. I like all 3 covers, says Tatsunami. Are you referring to mine? I only have 1 cover. Maybe you're talking about what Rob was saying with Cyberfrog and Replicator and TheLucent. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, and different Mixam sites will have different options. Like the Australian version of Mixam is very limited, both in the amount that they can print, what they can print, how many pages, and what the options they can have on their covers. So I don't think the Australian version even does UV spot. You've got to go to American UK version.
I'm going to head off.
Before you can get that.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it, and I will.
Well,
see
you know what, Rob? We've actually been going about 4 hours now, so I think I might end it there too. So yeah, thank you to Rob, Poland, Blue Samurai, obviously Hal, everyone in the chat who has come along and just joined me on this little new venture, doing live stream Comicsgate Corner. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you, and I hope we can do it again soon. I might just quickly, just before you run, I just want to give a refresh, see if anyone picked up the book. We're on 126 backers. There we go. One more. Awesome. Thank you so much. Less than $100 away from 6,000. So that's really cool.
Nice.
Awesome.
All right, guys. I'm going to end it there.
Guys.
Thanks for hanging out, and yeah, I'll see you soon.
See you.
Godspeed.